afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome out to J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. Excited to bring you Ash Trojan football.
The road to the Superdome has an opportunity to run right through that piece of property right out there. Do not talk on social media. 7 o'clock Friday night, that stuff don't save you. Discipline wins the ball game. You understand that? You compete, and you compete with composure.
Look at JT just continue to run. He's got a break for the time. If he gets a seam, they're not going to get him. Touchdown Trojans. JT Lindsey.
It's the next one. Let's go get the next one. Y'all with me on that, man? Say it like you mean it. Love each other. Love each other. Love each other. Fear each other. Let's go do what we do. Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate. Hey.
And good evening, Trojan fans and football fans around the great state of Louisiana, across the country, and wherever you are. It is semifinal action here from J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. Good evening, folks, and welcome out. I am Doug Ann with 446 Sports. This is Ash Trojan football, final home game of the season, and it is a big one. It is for an opportunity to move on to play for the state championship 1 week from today. Beautiful Saturday morning, noon kickoff would be a great one. A lot of work to do tonight, though, in this one. Going against one of the most storied programs in the state of Louisiana, the Patriots of John Curtis. Good evening once again, everybody. I am Doug Cann, alongside of my broadcast partner, Nick Magnano. Nick, welcome back. We missed you last night, but I knew a little bit of under the weather wasn't going to keep you out of this big one. Speaking of the weather, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate it. 43 degrees, feels like 43. 55% humidity, dew point's 28 degrees. Northwest wind at 3. Hopefully, that won't affect the game. And just a beautiful night and a great night in Sinlaw, and just grateful to be here, Doug.
We are in the La Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar countdown to coin toss. Ash Trojan football and 446 Sports brought to you proudly by Explore Alexandria Pineville. So delighted to have those folks on board. And what do, you ask? Well, they keep everything going on here in the central Louisiana where stuff to do. You want to find out, you'll be able to find out about what's going on all throughout all of our broadcasts. So we welcome on board Explore Alexandria Pineville. Delighted to have a partnership worked out with those folks. Speaking of that, Winterfest is in town, and we'll have some information for you a little bit about that. It's going on tonight, and it'll go on all day tomorrow. But something big, Nick, that's going on tonight is a team playing in its second semifinal game in the history of the school in 50-some-odd years, and a team that is playing in their 44th semifinal. Let me give me some ideas.
Well, I know this much. I know when I was in school way back when, they were a powerhouse back then, and they're still pretty strong now. Watched them 2 different times play in the semifinals. Watched them play against Bolton in the early 2000s, and they brought a big crowd. And went and watched them play in the late 90s against Wassman High School, and they brought a big crowd. So expecting a big crowd tonight. Kind of untraditional for their record, for this year.
4-5, but, I think, in the regular season.
But 3-game win streak, and been on the road the whole time, and this isn't going to be anything new for them, so it's going to be a challenge. The pedigree's there, but the thing about this Trojan team, I don't know if any of these players really recognize the name without, and the history of them, unless there's some social media stuff. But
well, and Coach Bachman tries to keep them off of that. This is the first time. There's nobody on the field for the Trojans even that were back in part of that 2020 championship game. 4 coaches plus Coach Bachman from that staff that have made it on there, and so these guys know what it takes to do that. Of course, Coach Bachman has been a part of state championships and things like that in his playing days, and is looking to do that. When we talked to him, gosh, I guess it was a few years ago, prior to that COVID year 2020, He says, Doug, he said, there's something special about standing outside that garage door in the dome, and it goes up and you see the field. He says, that's what I want these guys to experience. He wants to make that tradition and bring that tradition here that the Patriots have had. But you're right, Nick. First time that these two teams have ever played.
Right.
So you look out there and go, okay, this is just another team. Yeah,
and that's the attitude they've had all year. The next game's most important, and obviously it is tonight. But and Doug, there's 3 teams in the semifinals right now. Okay, in Division 1 non-select. I mean, yes, non-select.
Right.
That were on our schedule.
That's correct.
Ruston, Neville, Destrehan.
That's right.
So they're used to playing these type teams. So we played Carr last year. They're another team that's in the select on the other side of the bracket. So he's prepared them well.
All eyes on that one as well, as Edna Carr is playing host down in Algiers to Catholic of Baton Rouge. And to quote my friend Ernie, Coach Lott, both of these semifinal games ought to be slobber knockers, to say the least. Beautiful night for football. Yes, it's a little chilly, but you're playing football in December. I don't care where you're at. It's going to be a cool night, and it certainly is. Rain got out of here Wednesday, and we're lucky and thankful for that.
Yeah, Coach. Excuse me. Coach said last night that lost my voice. Coach said last night that you earned the chance to play in cold weather.
That's right.
So
one of the things they told us a long, long time ago is that you want to play when the grass is brown, when the grass is dying. Beautiful turf field out here. I'll take the plush green that's out there.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that, at this field for sure. But like I said, exciting to be here. Exciting to be in the Final Four with a chance to go play to the Dome. I wasn't part of the 2020 season like you were, so really excited to be here.
Indeed, we are, but there's so much that has to get done tonight, and you take the rankings and throw them completely out of the window. The Trojans are 2, and that affords them the right to be at home. John Curtis comes in at 19, but I'm telling you, you take that and chunk that. They weren't impressed by the number 3 ranking of Acadiana, the number 6 of Turlings. Brother Martin prior to that are the 3 games. So Brother Martin back in the bi-district round. They beat Acadiana in the regional round and then knock off Turlings Catholic. All 3 of these on the road, I believe.
Yes, sir. And like I said, of course, I guess the Brother Martin game is played in New Orleans, and they're a district foe, so pretty familiar. But yes, it was on the road. They were the visiting team. But yes, to go to Acadiana, that's a big win. That's a very big win.
We talked earlier to Coach Jimmy Zachary of Opelousas when there was thoughts of moving that game away from Opelousas because of the weather and the field and the turf. And in the interview that we talked to him, he said, look, if you want ideal conditions to play in the last week. Get to the Dome. He said, then the conditions are perfect in there. Like, you know what? That's pretty good stuff.
That is good, and once again, there's only, as far as I know, there's only one field that you play high school football on that's covered.
That's exactly right. And you've got to go out there and earn it. The Trojans have done a good job of that. We're going to talk a lot about that tonight. This is the La Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar countdown to coin toss. We're going to go ahead and take our first break. Don't forget, we'll have drive summaries from Tee Up Golf tonight. We've got a brand new Red Zone sponsor. We want to welcome them in. It is Tire Discount Center. They are a red zone. So when a team rolls into the red zone, it's only fitting that you have somebody that deals in tires. And look, we found them because anybody can buy tires. I mean, you can buy tires online. You can do it, but it's service that separates that. And brother-in-law went in there and got his tires, and he loves it. And it's attention to detail, and it's service, and it's making it right. And we're proud that the folks at Tire Discount Center and Service are part of our sponsorship package on here. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get down, we'll look at the early season things and how both teams got here. We'll see what Alexandria did. We'll see what John Curtis did. We'll see all of that when we come back. You're watching semifinal playoff action for the Ash Trojans right here on 446 Sports.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
Alex Winterfett is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever! Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! Ho, ho, ho. That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light bays and the best spots to take those holiday selfies.
Cute!
And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet, December 5th through 7th, only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfett.com or Facebook. See you there!
Are home problems turning your life upside down? Trust Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing to save the day. From keeping you comfortable to plumbing repairs and even generators, we do it all. Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing, your one-stop solution for AC, plumbing, and generators. If you need us to save the day for you, call Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing or visit us online at southernairnow.com.
This month, as we gather with the ones we love, let's take a moment to give thanks for the blessings in our lives. When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust those who care about your family as much as you do.
I'm Jason Hawk, your local Farm Bureau insurance agent. I'm here to help you protect what you hold dear.
Whether auto, home, or life, have peace of mind knowing that your family is covered today, tomorrow, and for years to come. So talk to Hawk at 318-791-HAWK or online at talktohawk.com and let us help you protect what matters most.
And we're back, JL Butch Stoker Stadium in Alexandria, Louisiana, right in the heart of Louisiana, right in the middle of it. Doug Gann alongside of Nick Magnano. Big shout out to the crew that's making all of this happen, of course. Josh Gann on our scoreboard tonight. Cameramen Jason Crooks and Roger Walker. Chuck Perkins over there with the camera guys. And, of course, Brett Stallsby is controlling things here. And Nick Magnano by my side. I am Doug Gann, excited to be here with you guys tonight. Big audience, big crowd. Look, if you're new to where we're at, give us a follow if you're watching it over on the Facebook feed. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Leave us a chat that's in there. We disabled the comments because people just get kind of ridiculous on some of the things that they do. But, Nick, look back at the Trojans earlier. Or no, let's take a look at John Curtis and see how the Patriots and John Curtis Christian got here.
Yeah, you know, I mean, with them playing down there.
Good luck with week one, by the way.
Yeah, there's no common opponents. You know, the only common opponent would be from us, Jamboree with Acadiana. They beat Acadiana not Jamboree, but scrimmage. They beat Acadiana, 2 weeks ago, 28-27.
On a miraculous play at the end of the game,
yeah,
too.
very, very, very crazy. They walked it off on them. But, we scrimmaged them and competed really well with Acadiana as well, with our 1v1s. So
depends on who you hear tell that story.
Yeah.
Though, man, you hear some glaring differences
right.
on that. But we sat here and watched it.
But also, I mean, they come in the PR, like you said, PR number 19. They were 4-5 going into the playoffs, 3-game win streak. They're from the Catholic League, which, we've talked about the Catholic League in 2-5A.
That's right.
And guess what? Catholic League has 2 teams in the semifinals of the 8. we have 3.
Right.
So I mean, it's it's right there.
That's right.
But we're familiar with the Catholic League. We went down and beat Brother Martin last year in the second round.
Shocked a lot of folks.
Yes. Then in the quarters, unfortunately, lost it in a car. So we're very similar. I mean, we're very familiar with them. So they're battle tested. Of course, they have tradition. They have a lot of things. But one thing.
But let me ask you this. You call that. How many tackles will Tradition have tonight?
0.
Okay. How many yards rushing?
0.
Okay, carry on.
That was going to be my next point.
Okay, sorry, I'll get out of your way.
That was going to be my next point, but tonight's a different.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll start a new tradition at Alexandria Senior High tonight.
Absolutely. And so you figure, and Turling's Catholic was up there towards the top of a lot of the season, just a lot of battles. So you look over at the Trojans, sit at 12-0. What do you see? Take us back through some of that. Faced, 3 defending state champions this season along the way.
Yeah, and guess what?
All of them still alive.
Yeah, of our schedule, and of course.
Well, Opelousas is not.
Yeah, but of our schedule, including the Jamboree, 4 teams off this schedule in the Jamboree. Sterlington in the Jamboree, Ruston, Neville, and Destrehan all playing. And guess what? Destrehan's playing Ruston,
all right,
and
right.
Neville's playing Central out of Central Louisiana, which is north of Baton Rouge.
There are a whole lot of people that are looking for a Neville Ruston rematch in the state title. None of those from the Baton Rouge area,
right.
Though I can assure you that, or no, Destrehan and Central, we don't care about any of that stuff.
And it's very possible. My thing is. I see Ruston getting there. I don't know if Neville will get there. That's just my opinion, because I think that.
And Neville was rolling on number 1 in the state for a long time.
And I don't necessarily. I just wonder if right now, my opinion only, if the size of Neville being one of the smaller Division I schools,
right.
I wonder this deep. That's right, the depth and everything.
Fatigue.
I know that sounds awful, but and Central's basically, for you all who don't know anything about Central High School, Central is now basically the Zachary. Right. They're trying to fill that role of Zachary, which is a big role to fill. But David Semino's their new coach. He came from Catholic. He's gone up there. There used to be so many kids from that area that would go to U-High, go to Catholic. He's put a fence around that town.
That's right.
Okay, so that's that, and in just 3 years, this is actually his 3rd year. I mean, he's in the semifinals, so that's gonna be a test for him. But I'm like you, I would love to see Neville Ruston, and I'd love to see Alexandria Senior High. 3 of the 4 in the championships would be great if it was from our district.
But look, that's a little SEC bias. The folks outside the SEC don't want to see a Georgia and Alabama and a Texas and LSU doing this. So anybody outside the 2-5A says, we don't care about all of that.
Me personally, I don't like the SEC thing. I'm sorry, but the reason why I have no problem with it now is because Ruston and Neville are 2 hours north of here, and they're in non-select, so. It looks good for us if they're in that championship. It looks good for us if they're in a championship, but it doesn't affect who comes to this school.
Right.
We're in the SEC. If you have Texas, Georgia, and Bama in the playoff, well, then they can point that out whenever we go to recruit. But
we understand there's a little bit of an echo on there. We appreciate the folks that are giving us that information. We're trying to get that worked on now and see what we can do. It could very well be. I don't know. We'll give it. All right, we got it fixed there, so we should be good to go. Is that? You don't know yet. All right. I tell you what. Let's take a break here. When we come back, we'll get into our. Are you ready for your keys to the game already?
Sure.
All right, we'll do all of that. If you've not, and I think it's semifinal type of keys to the game, so things got honed in a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that. You're watching Ash Trojan playoff football right here on 446 Sports.
Check out some of our recent work at the Panthers Stadium. In addition to custom signs and banners, we also handle custom trophies, custom awards, custom vehicle wraps, and more. Give us a call. We handle projects large and small.
Alex Winterfeld is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever. Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light maze and the best spots to take those holiday selfies.
Cute.
And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet December 5th through 7th only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfed.com or Facebook. See you there!
Looking for somewhere different for lunch? Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar is a gourmet espresso bar and restaurant with an emphasis on Southern social experience, featuring a wide variety of salads, soups, sandwiches, and of course waffles. Le Bistro has something for everyone and every lifestyle. Whether you are meeting friends, spending time with family, or hosting a private party, we offer a dining experience all will enjoy. Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar on Coliseum Boulevard.
At Wallace Eye Associates, right now is the best time to have your cataracts removed. A new year means a new deductible, so if you're just not seeing as well as you used to, schedule your cataract evaluation today. It's fully covered by all medical insurances, including Medicare. You never need a referral at Wallace Eye Associates, and our method of next-generation cataract care is the most affordable in the state. There's only one team, one focus, your vision. Wallace Eye Associates.
Wherever you are, you're there for a reason. You shouldn't have to make a trip to the branch to deposit a check. Skip the trip and use our mobile app to easily and securely deposit checks right from your phone. Day or night, wherever you are, or whatever you're doing. Download our mobile app today.
And we're back. JL Butch Stoker Stadium playoff action. I believe we've got that echo taken care of, so we appreciate the folks that are back home sending that chat over there. Let us know if it messes up again, if we still don't have it on there. Big shout out all season long to our sponsors and advertisers that get things going. We had 3 really special ones that have honored a different player each week. We've had our Security Sporting Goods Player of the Game. We have had our Southern Air Cool Play of the Game, and we have had our Express Pros Lineman Award. You had one job. The Southern Air Cool Play of the Game awards a play that we think stood out. We had our choice between a couple of them last week. It was the big 2-point conversion stop, and then it was that catch. Got a little fire over here on the sideline. Things heating up.
Yeah, I think they put diesel in the kerosene heater, so it has to burn it. It has to burn it out a little bit.
And the only way you can burn it out of there is to burn it out of there. Trojans are running through some smoke. You got to love that. You see it on the sideline, don't you? There, diesel and the kerosene will get you every time. But anyway, let's take a look at our Southern Air Cool Play of the Game, Brett. And we'll take you through. This is the one that won. So Carson Sellers, quarterback, is back to pass, and he comes along and goes up and gets – I'm just turning that one off too. Goes up and gets that. So Jimmy Duncan, Carson Sellers, our Southern Air Cool Play of the Game. Young man that has been our – there you go. None other than JT Lindsay. We'll bring that up. He's, I think, probably 5 times this season, JT Lindsay. Nick, and tell us what he did last week. Okay.
Speechless. No, just, phenomenal work last week. Once again, just whenever we needed him after they go, after the 2-point conversion, which I thought was the play of the game. But
well, we held it. Folks voted on that too, and it was down party lines too. Offense voted one side, defense voted the other. I can tell you that's how they went. But 5 touchdowns last week for JT.
Yeah,
Lindsey, 4 rushing and 1 receiving.
You're kind of speechless because you just never know. Okay, you just don't think you're going to see anything new. Okay, then he takes the 42-yard screen pass,
right? Right.
So that was one of the touchdowns. I mean, he has 167 yards of rushing. Okay, they had, looking back at the notes here, they had 8 possessions.
8 possessions.
8 possessions.
And they do all of that. That's what's, and Coach Bachman told them that was the lowest amount of possessions that they had all season, and still you get up into the 40s with points. Now, it was 28-26 with about 8 minutes to go in that ball game, and they really opened things up there at the end of it. Took that 9-point lead following the 2-point conversion, went along there. So the 2-point conversion got my vote, but the public vote, it was Jimmy Duncan and Carson Sellers.
And we talked about how athletic the Bird defense was as far as their speed. So we didn't expect him to bust a bunch of long runs. So he just had the 8, the 9, the 10, the 15-yard. I mean, it was just a constant. He averaged over 8 yards a carry.
All the way to 2,117 or 171 on the year. 31 touchdowns on the ground, 34 total touchdowns for JT Lindsey, our Security Sporting Goods Player of the Game. And Express Pros does a wonderful thing. They come out and they award that hard-working lineman that's out there. And this week, I know everybody was smiles about this one. It was, you see him on the screen, Grayson Thibodeau. Nick, one of your favorite players.
Yeah, and I mean, between him and Mason, the work they do up front, how they don't usually get a lot of attention, because they're just grinders. I mean, they take up blocks and everything. Of course, Elijah Nelson's been on that line, all year and has done a really good job. But Grayson just really, we called his name a lot last week. He had a bunch of TFLs. He had the 2 or 3 really big stops and key moments. And the thing about that offense last week, we talked about the deception, and we talked about how you have to find the ball. And he was one that was really all around the ball. I mean, It didn't matter if it was right in front of him, if it was to his right or to his left. I mean, he was constantly making plays, and very well-deserved award for him.
A couple of those players that we mentioned there, JT Lindsey and Jimmy Duncan, signed their college letter of intent on Wednesday. Of course, JT Lindsey is no shocker, no secret. He's going down to LSU, and he'll team. And what a backfield that's going to be with Harlem Berry and JT Lindsey, 2 of the best backs in the country, without a doubt. We've talked about that all year, what a great tandem that's going to be. And Jimmy Duncan, one of only 5 signees at Northwestern. They pick up Ben Taylor, the quarterback from Airline, a couple of linemen and a linebacker. They're getting better, so it's going to be fun to watch those guys in the future, and there'll be more signings. But what I did was I looked around, Nick, throughout the teams that we played, the teams that do you see all of the guys that were signing D1 letters of intent from your Rustons and Nevilles and West Monroes and Destrahans and Edna Carrs and all of those teams that are battling now in the semifinals?
Oh yeah, very impressive. I mean, just LSU alone.
Right.
There's 3 that's between JT and the 2 from Destrahan. Mayfield from Ruston. And same thing with the young man last year from Ruston. The only reason those guys are not – they both signed with Tech. The only reason they're not going anywhere other than Tech is they're both about 5'7".
That's correct.
They're about Sam Mills' size.
That's right.
If those guys were 5'9", 6 foot, they'd be going – they'd have been Alabama. They'd have been Clemson. They'd have been
wherever they want to go.
USC. And that's –
in this day and age, though, they'll hit that portal after a year or so, get that NIL money and be –
that's correct.
And be superstars. And that's another soapbox I'm not going to get on.
But you talk about Jimmy.
Yes.
With the 5-man, but
the
5-man,
signed, yes.
I mean, for and a few people, and hopefully the people listening around here. I mean, Northwestern was a dumpster fire.
That's correct.
At the end of last year,
basically got the death penalty on it, but it was self-imposed in there. But you're right, Coach McCorkle had to start over.
Yeah, great guys doing wonderful things up there. when you say 5, that was 5 that he chose.
That's correct.
It's not like he did not have a lot of open spots. Okay?
He had 5 because
That's right.
you got to remember they didn't lose any seniors.
That's right.
And so they're not getting 25 to sign because you can still just have that limited amount of scholarship players, and when you only have 5 open, that's all you can give out. So that makes it even more important.
That's right. And for Jimmy to get that, get one of those 5, that's very impressive. Which we know Jim. And Doug, you know this. If you've never come to our show,
right?
One of the things that Marlene, my wife, pointed out, and I noticed it as well, this group of young men, led by Jimmy, led by, JT, these guys, Moochie, these guys, they come up and acknowledge us.
That's right.
Okay, they shake our hands. Okay, every show.
Yeah.
And look, they don't have to do that.
That's exactly right.
And there's a lot of them out there, a lot of teenage, kids that, what we do is important to them, but they don't have to. They come up to us and acknowledge us,
That's
right. like we're part of the program. And that's just it's so neat. It's so respectful how they do that. And they're going to be, like I said, they're going to be a lot of fun to watch in the future. And I think Jimmy Duncan's going to do really well at Northwestern.
It's going to be fun to watch him. We had Jacoby on the show last night, too, and I asked him about that first play of the game, and I know you watch more tape, especially being under the weather. You watched a lot of that first play from scrimmage where he just drives this guy from Bird about 20 yards down the field and then goes and gets another one, too, on that run. Just a great testament to the work that offensive line has done.
I'm just glad the referees were watching JT because he had a block in the back.
Mind your business, Nick.
But no, you're right. And I say that. I talked to John earlier in the season about what you consider a block in the back. And what happens is if you engage the defender initially and they spin on you, well, then it's not considered a block in the back. I think he disengaged and then Jacoby got him. But, hey, it wasn't flagged, so it's over.
Well, it has reached the bottom of the hour, the normal time for our pregame show to start, our Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar countdown to coin toss. During the playoffs, we have went an extra 30 minutes of it. So now we roll back into time, and we welcome everyone into that. It is Ash Trojan Playoff Football brought to you by Explore Alexandria Pineville, a tremendous partnership that we have forged with those folks. And one thing that you'll be able to do by watching our 446 Sports broadcast is you'll be able to keep up with going on. And if you're one of these folks that are watching from out of town and you say, hey, I'd like to go up and see that, go to their website. It's explorealexandriapineville.com, and you can find out everything that's going on.
Also have a very good Facebook presence.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, absolutely they do. You can go on there and find all of the events that are, people that say there's not anything to do. I was looking at them for just this weekend, and it was like, this is going on. The breakfast out at Bulow, and then plus. There's so many things to be going on, including Alec Winterfett. So maybe you go down there and go ice skating, Nick. How about
I don't know. I used to like to roller skate, but when they came out with rollerblades, that just kind of ended it for me. So I don't know if I could ice skate.
Well, one thing that you've done like a champ all season long is provided our keys to the game in here, brought to you by Restore Media Group.
The vanilla
social
keys
media
to the
management. They're a little bit. When you got a guy that goes in Baskin Robbins, he says, y'all can keep them 30 flavors. I just need the one.
Can
vanilla.
I tell you why I'm so vanilla with these?
Yes.
One of my best coaches in my life.
Okay.
And Lord
was there ever a chance that I was going to say no?
Lord rest her soul. Lord rest her soul was my mom.
Okay.
And some of the best coaching information she gave me was I was coaching at Bolton High School, a young coach, and a coach wants to fix everything after a game.
That's right.
Wants to fix everything.
That's right.
So I have my 30-minute post game. I'm just talking to him.
It must have been a Grace thing.
And she called me over. She said, they call me Nikki because my dad's Nick. Said, Nikki, said, if they win, they want to go celebrate and be around their family.
Right.
If they lose, they're feeling bad. So short and sweet.
Right.
Short and sweet. So that's why I've learned.
But when
with
you do
athletes,
your keys to the game, nobody's feeling bad. They need this.
But with athletes, they want to hear something that's short, something that's sweet, and then the story comes after.
All right. Well, so anyway, then let's cue the Restore Media Group intro for week 13. Is that where we're at? Yeah,
we are.
Sit at 12-0 in this one. So the idea behind this, the keys to the game, is Nick's going to give us 3 things that if the Trojans can take care of, there's a good opportunity that they'll be on the carpet one more time next year under the roof. So, Nick, with all that buildup, you're undefeated on the season. Let's go to key number 1. I took it real easy on you, brother.
That's your offensive line, and that's a key group tonight. Offense and even the receivers, block the man in front of you. Right. And I know that sounds so generic, okay?
Vanilla.
But what's vanilla?
Yes.
But what's going to happen is they still they blitz, they run blitz, they stunt. They have a lot of different movement pre-snap, so you don't know exactly who's going to be in front of you. When that ball snapped, you hit the man that's in front of you, who's closest to you, who's the most dangerous, okay? And as long as we're doing that, we don't give these guys these free lanes to come in, we're going to move the ball well.
Don't buy into all of the business going on pre-snap is what you're telling
That's
me.
right. That's right.
All right. Key number 2.
That's their defense right there.
You see a pattern in this, Nick?
Yes,
okay.
and I appreciate this because this
Wait till key
Pictionary,
number 3.
Yeah, this Pictionary stuff's usually not my forte. On the defense, overall toughness.
Right.
Okay, this team is going to pound you. They're going to pound you. They're going to try to wear you out. Yes, I know I'm vanilla. Okay, and but it's not just what's happening. It's not just how strong your back is, how strong your legs are. It's between the ears.
Look.
And tonight you have to be mentally tough as well.
While you had the night off last night,
yes,
Coach Bachman
yeah,
and I were talking on the air, and you might have watched that show on there, and he said, all of the stats and all that's out of the window.
Yes.
He said, we're both in here with the same record looking to move on. Our number one goal is to have more points than they have when the clock hits 0. That's all that we're trying to do. And if we get it by running the ball, we get it by passing the ball, doesn't matter to us.
That's right. That's right.
So,
but yeah, overall toughness on our defense has to be.
That's a picture when they were our player of the game,
yes.
that defense was. That was when they pestered Evangel's defense all night long.
Well, maybe you'll give me credit for this third one, I hope.
Key number 3. Oh, I did not change the picture. Gosh,
no, you
didn't.
didn't.
How did that happen? Get that out of boy. What an all-time epic failure. That was last week, and it had something to do with there. But anyway, yes, take us through number 3, and I just feel shamefully inadequate tonight.
Everybody's talking about the dome, and that is your ultimate goal.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about the dome. They better focus on the Butch tonight. Because if they don't focus on the Butch tonight, the dome is just a distant. It's a memory. Okay, a memory never happened.
Right.
They better focus on the Butch.
Yeah.
They focus on the Butch tonight and get the job done. Then we'll worry about the dome tomorrow.
Look, and everybody, there's that nervous anxiety on this, except for those guys that are on the field.
Yeah.
They're down there knowing that they've just got to play this game. Nick, let me tell you this, and great job on the keys to the game as always on there. The Trojans have been very generic in their first 2 playoff wins. What are they able to come out and do tonight? What do you see that they're going to have to do to get down the field? They come out and run the ball and control it? Are they going over the top some more? Do they try to get rhythm with their young quarterbacks? What's the MO on offense?
I think it's going to take more balance tonight, and the reason I'm saying that is because their front, when I say their front 7, their front 8, I think they're going to force our quarterbacks to do more tonight. Now, not saying our line and not saying our Townsend and Letzinger and Thibodeau, which we talked to Thibodeau's mom earlier. Maybe we get that reception tonight. You never know. But I'm not saying they can't move that group around. Okay, but that they're well coached. They're technical, very, very technical. I mean, they're technical. They play with their hands, which is another thing that you don't see a lot in high school. They try to keep the blockers away from them, work off the blocks. So I do think that Carson and Max are going to have some moments tonight. Probably a few more than last week. I mean, last week they had 2 or 3 really good moments. Now, me personally, we come out, run the ball, and we run it up and down the field. I'm fine with that.
Week 10 against Neville, they don't run. They don't throw. They don't throw a pass in the final 2 quarters. They open up in their playoff win against Evangel in the first quarter and don't throw a pass. They went 3 straight quarters. How difficult is it scheming from a defensive coordinator side, knowing that you had to slow down and stop the Trojans?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
When you watch film of Ash, and I know these guys are coaches, they're professionals, and especially at this level with the being a Final Four and John Curtis, so they're not looking at it like I do per se. But the thing that you think you have Jimmy, you think you have Fontenot, they're deceptively, and we know D-Dub's very fast.
Yeah.
But you think you have them bottled up, and all of a sudden they're gone.
Yeah.
Or they're 15 yards or they're 18 yards. So that's the thing that really, because you're worried about JT, worried about Vaughn, okay? And then all of a sudden, like I said, you pop a screen to Fontenot where you pop
That's
a screen or D-Dub,
Right.
and D-Dub takes a screen at 30-yard line, and there's 3 people in front of him, and he's gone.
Yeah. He's
because
shifty.
yes, I mean very shifty. So me personally, you focus on JT and Vaughn, okay, but you better have that in the back of your mind, okay. You're back 4, and one of your weak side linebackers, they better be aware, okay, of those 3 receivers, and they better also be aware of Tanner Townsend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Trojans have done a great job of running the football, and establishing the run to set things up for tonight. Do I think you'll see a couple of onsides? Do I think you'll see, and I know that they're going back. Now, Doug, you have your meetings with Coach Bobby. He won't tell me a thing about scheme or anything that's going on until the wrap-up show tonight, and then we'll talk about it.
One great thing about watching the show last night,
right.
Being able to watch it instead of take part of it, is I'm sitting here, and now I'm looking at the broadcast and the production side, and I'm like, man, if Coach would just talk about Bird last week, like he did last night, man, but you're correct.
Welcome to 10 years of it, my friend.
But you're correct, and I don't blame him one bit. So for sure, they're excited about it. I really think that we're gonna have to be a little more balanced this week than we have been the past 2 weeks.
That aggressiveness and that attacking style of offense didn't have to be shown, but again, it goes back to the earlier point. They did everything that they needed to survive and advance and to win those games, and that's what they're doing. So look, if we can hang on to some things maybe that we don't have to put out there and save it for another week, that's good. I was sitting at practice a couple of times this week, and there's some wrinkles that are in there. There's no doubt about it. The schemes are there. But there's been a couple of things, and Coach Bach going to tell you, look, if we've got to resort to gimmicks to beat anybody, there's no need to do it. But there's some designs that I think may change some folks.
Everything's intentional.
That's right.
Everything's intentional.
What you're setting up
that's right.
is
that's
what
right.
you're working on
that's right.
down the road. All right, well, that's our keys to the game. That's others. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are nearing, we're going to have about 15 minutes until kickoff. That's things will start getting on. The JRTC will be our presentation of colors and those things. But I think we're winding our way down into the Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar countdown to coin toss. You're watching Ash Trojan High School Playoff Football, the semifinal edition of it, right here on 446 Sports.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
This month, as we gather with the ones we love, let's take a moment to give thanks for the blessings in our lives. When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust those who care about your family as much as you do.
I'm Jason Hawk, your local Farm Bureau insurance agent. I'm here to help you protect what you hold dear.
Whether auto, home, or life, have peace of mind knowing that your family is covered today, tomorrow, and for years to come. So talk to Hawk at 318-791-HAWK or online at talktohawk.com and let us help you protect what matters most.
Are home problems turning your life upside down? Trust Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing to save the day. From keeping you comfortable to plumbing repairs and even generators, we do it all. Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing, your one-stop solution for AC, plumbing, and generators. If you need us to save the day for you, call Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing or visit us online at southernairnow.com.
Looking for somewhere different for lunch? La Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar is a gourmet espresso bar and restaurant with an emphasis on Southern social experience, featuring a wide variety of salads, soups, sandwiches, and of course waffles. La Bistro has something for everyone and every lifestyle. Whether you are meeting friends, spending time with family, or hosting a private party, we offer a dining experience all will enjoy. La Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar on Coliseum Boulevard.
Alex Winterfett is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever! Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! Ho, ho, ho. That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light bays and the best spots to take those holiday selfies.
Cute!
And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet, December 5th through 7th, only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfett.com or Facebook. See you there!
And we are back, J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. Doug Gann alongside of Nick Magnano. And something new tonight is the Tire Discount Center and Service, proud sponsors of our Red Zone. Brett, show them how the Red Zone spot looks. There you go. When they get into the Red Zone, you'll see it up in the top right-hand corner. That is brought to you by Tire Discount Center and Service. Now, I was in there talking to Jason and the folks that are over there, and he told us again, and I told him about this earlier, that anybody, you can buy tires anywhere you go, but that's where it ends with a lot of places. You go in there, and the service is there, and they're going to get it right. They can do alignments over there. They can do your car's maintenances, and it's right at the end of Coliseum, right there at Coliseum in MacArthur. You'll see it. It says Tire Discount and Service, Tire Discount Center and Service. But go by, because you just it's where you want to go do business, because it just feels right in there, and you know that you can trust them, and they're going to take care of you. And you tell them that 446 Sports sent you on there. But they are proud new sponsors of our Tire Discount Center and Service Red Zone.
And this came about from the frustrating text that Brett sent to us about the flat, about having to change the flat tire.
He got a fist inside of the tire. It was so big.
My son.
His son did that. And look, I just sit back and smile, because Brett's brother-in-law, and so the son that's driving is the nephew, and my two sons are older and married and own the home and all of that, and so I've been through all of the chaos, and I know the stories, and Brett's telling me the story and showing me the pictures. He said, this happened. I was like, that's not what happened. And so a couple of days later, Brett figures it out, but it puts him on to this place, because he called 3, 4, 5 different places, and nobody could get it taken care of for him. And you run across somebody that wanted to earn his business, and they did it, and it was just, it's a perfect marriage. They're on board with us here at 446.
And now his son's driving on 4 safe tires.
And now his son's on 4 safe tires. That's right. So
great stuff there.
Yeah, so we'll have that, and we'll have our Tit Up Golf Drive summary following each of the scoring drives tonight, and hopefully there's a few of them. Of course, Explore Alexandria Pineville, proud new sponsors of 446 Sports, and we're delighted to be able to keep you up to date with everything going on. So if you are looking for something to do, if you're out of the area and looking for somewhere to go, we invite you to check out ExploreAlexandriaPineville.com, and you can see it on your screen now. Nick, you're starting to see the band and the cheerleaders and the dance line and those folks making it out. You'll start to see the Trojan walk here momentarily. Just about 11 minutes or so until kickoff. Nick, all that we talked about, I mean, we were out here for that for the Acadiana scrimmage. We were out for the Sterlington Jamboree and different things, and we saw the schedule, and we said, man, if we can just do this, we ought to be okay. If we can just go up here and win that game, we ought to be okay. what's your thoughts, one, on the difference from pre-Acadiana? Because you had some thoughts about them pre-Acadiana.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
To where you are now pre-John Curtis.
Well, first of all, that was like 3 weeks ago. I mean,
Right.
for the record, I hope I'm not.
Seems like it.
Yeah, I hope I'm not the only one who time just flies.
Oh, wow.
You know, every week, every day. But
Like
no,
my
I mean,
doctor says, at your age. So, yeah.
I mean, you said it last night talking to Jacoby. I focused a lot because you think I'm a fat offensive lineman. So I focused a lot on the offensive line, especially in practice, especially in film study. I had a little concern about him.
Right.
I really did.
Right.
And of course, watching the pods drill that you talked about.
And he openly admitted to
Yes.
it on the show last
Yes.
night. He said, "Yeah, we just worked."
Now, with that said, you're replacing the side of your. You're replacing two seniors from last year that were really good, offensive linemen. You're replacing your center. I'm sorry, 3 seniors from last year.
Right.
You're replacing your center. You move Caleb to center, which we did learn, the first coaches show when Coach, told us that Pearl was a center earlier in his career.
That's right.
So that's but and Coach knew. Coach knew that that his 2 tackles.
Yeah.
Although we didn't know much about them, Coach
Yeah.
knew. And that's the thing. They're supposed to, but still the technical ability of them. How they've made the adjustments. They're coached up every day. Coach Free does a great. I mean, this whole coaching staff does. I mean, I will tell you this. You can have all the talent in the world.
Right.
If you don't have the right coaches, it doesn't work. You can have the
Exactly
best
right.
coaches.
Yeah.
If you don't have the talent that's willing to learn,
Right.
which, by the way, was one of our opening season. We talked about if this team would listen to that coaching staff
You see
and
those
learn.
coaches start
Right.
making their way out. Look, that is strictly business.
Right.
Making their way out and grabbing those headsets. They're getting ready to go to work here.
Yeah, and these guys, and it's business, but it's also family. And they've done a great job, on that with this coaching staff. But I would say that, and then the secondary.
Yeah.
Very nervous. Of course, I didn't know Jayton Terry.
Right.
And
look, J. Lou has come on so strong.
Yeah,
My
and,
goodness.
And J. Lou being able to, it takes that one play to get the confidence going.
College coaches, if you're out there looking at this, you judge the second half of that young man's career,
Yes.
Jaden Lewis, and you've got yourself a defender that will learn what needs to be done at the next level, but he is fearless of getting after that and going after somebody.
And I didn't know that he had, last year was his first year eligible here.
That's right.
He had transferred in from a smaller school. So that's a big adjustment, a big change as well. But yeah, for
Came
sure.
over from Menard.
And then Griffin, who's had a phenomenal season, and then of course, Carrot Gaines.
The pick that ended things
Right.
at the end of that game, yeah.
Carrot Gaines. This whole, Latravius, this whole defensive secondary has just really stepped up and done really well. So that was my 2. And then, I guess be remiss to, Cartez Simon, how he is replaced. How he's replaced Jalen Kirk, which that's big steps to fill, because Kirk, he could cover, he could get up the field and tackle on the run. So Cartez, like I said, he's so fast I mispronounced his name for 7 weeks.
We always get the opportunity to go down and visit with his mom prior to the game, and went down there too, and she's one of the first people in the stands, without a doubt, because she's going to be in her spot. Had her horn there, had everything else ready. As the Trojans start to make their way out, you'll hear some of those horns right now, and we'll let you listen, and I'll get back to that point in a minute. You look out at some of the helmets that made their way by. The majority of the helmets are white. There are some purple helmets out there. Those are freshmen that have suited up and are in a part of this one tonight. But I talked to Cartez's mom, and she was emotional about it. And I said, we got an opportunity for one more. She said, this is his last game at Butch Stoker Stadium. And that brought it home right there.
For sure.
It really did. Trojans, you see them getting ready to come out. You see the pyrotechnics. And I learned some interesting things about those pyrotechnics out there. They're cold sparks. You can go down and put your hand over them, and it's not going to burn you. It's just sparks.
Okay.
It's things that useless little bit of knowledge that you have there. But we're waiting for it here, and we'll let the banner starting to rock. Horns are going. Smokes are going. Ladies and gentlemen, semifinal action. Here come your Ash Trojans. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, over the horns you do hear the fireworks that are going off. It's hard to hear anything, but the pyrotechnics, I was surprised by the fireworks on that. I'll give you some chills. But let's turn it over to our public address announcer and get things going down on the field.
The Alexandria Senior High Marine Corps Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps Color Guard. The Color Guard is commanded by Cadet Major Christopher Allen. Carrying the Marine Corps colors is Cadet Second Lieutenant Sakaris Bowie. The left rifleman is Cadet Staff Sergeant Peyton Ivory. And the right rifleman is Cadet Gunnery Sergeant Jacob Kuti. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please stand. Gentlemen, please remove your hats for the invocation presented tonight by FCA member Julianne Smith. And your national anthem will be performed by your band of Trojans.
Dear Lord, thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to come together and honor you. We thank you for every player, referee, coach, and spectator here tonight. We ask for your protection over both teams as they play and over everyone in attendance. We also pray for protection over everyone as they travel home. It is in your name that we pray. Amen. Go Trojans.
It's the beauty of high school football and high school sports, the prayer and the anthem, and we are ready to get things going in this one. Nick, I'm going to give you your opportunity. Who do you pick early on as your pre-game player of the game? Who do you think shines tonight?
Darius Washington.
D-Dub, number 3, is going to be the one that does that. Boy, that's pretty good. Darius Washington will be at the wide out position. I say the Trojan defense once again. They come up with a couple of big fumble recoveries on the offensive side of it. Watch for Tanner to grab a couple of touchdown passes tonight in this one. Captains, Nick, take it away.
Yeah, for John Curtis, you have number 10, Juan Washington, for left to right. You have number 15, Jeffrey Malone, and number 20, Keon Franklin. For your Trojans, left to right, J.T. Lindsay, Darius Washington, Caleb Pearl, and number 72, Jacoby Morse.
Now look, that's Jacoby's such a ball player. He is fun to watch. Oh, this is the second time the Trojans have played in a state semifinal. Second time that they've been here at the Butch. The first time they went to the Dome in Natchitoches. They played that one at Northwestern in the COVID year. They're facing a team that's won 28 state championships, Nick, the most in Louisiana high school sports history.
Yeah, and you said what, they have 43?
43. This is their 44th semifinal appearance. They are 38-5. Tosses up in the air. And Trojans win it, expect them to get it. So the Trojans, we think, will get the ball no matter what.
Looks like Curtis, won the toss.
Curtis won the toss. Expect them to defer. Oh, they're going to receive. Yeah. Wow, that's a different. They want to come out here and chew up about 7 or 8 minutes. So that's uncharacteristic of what the Patriots have done. Coach Bachman thought for sure they would have the ball to start things off. But going to put it on the foot of Eli Fung and see what he's able to do here tonight.
You know what? I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm John Curtis, why not?
Absolutely.
Because,
you get the opportunity to control the game, but the Trojans now have the opportunity to do the little rope-a-dope there at the end of halftime at the start of the third quarter.
That's correct.
Well, we have talked about it since about 9:30 last week. And all of the pomp is out of the way, all of the circumstances out of the way. This is for a shot at a state title and a trip down to the Superdome next Saturday. That game, the winner of this one, will kick things off at high noon a week from tomorrow down in New Orleans. Short trip for John Curtis would be a good one for the Trojans.
I'm wondering how many people are on Facebook wondering what all the noise was off of Jackson Street.
That's right.
48 minutes of football and the rest of your life to remember it, Doug.
Kicking it towards Jackson Street end zone. Back deep to receive. Number 2 is Jack Corcoran. Also back there is he's got to get turned to the side. Didn't see him. Corcoran's to the near side. Eli Fung puts a foot into it, and we are underway.
It's like number 11.
He's got it at the 7-yard line, breaking towards the Trojan sideline. Got to get him down, do around the 26-yard line, and that was number 8.
8, yeah, I'm sorry.
Number 8 is on that one, and that was Anthony Smith. I'll borrow some of your sunlight here, your light as it is. Reggie Johnson will come back in there at quarterback, and what you'll see out of Johnson is he likes to duck down behind that offensive line. You just don't know where he's at.
Yeah, this is a split veer, split wing veer, so there's not as much deception as last week.
Right.
But they do have some deception. They will run the option off of it, but a lot of it is straightforward, straight at you.
Tackle's a pretty big fella himself.
Yeah, 79.
First down and 10. We start this drive at 11:54. And there's a false start already. The noise getting it. They crank those horns up, Trojan fans. Still start that drive at the 26 is where it starts at. -5 on this possession here. First down and 15. Johnson under center's got that split backfield with him. Sends a man in motion. Handoff's going to go off to the right side. And there's Thibodeau as well as Simon getting in on that one.
Yeah, good work there for Cortez and Grayson there. Gain of 3, so good work, or gain of 4 actually.
Yeah, 4-yard pickup, make it second down and 11. Ball rests at the 25-yard line.
And get used to this, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what they do. They will pass the ball every once in a while, but this is what they do.
Motion comes from Johnson. Here comes the Trojans showing pressure as J-Lou sneaks up. They're going to run it off to the right side. Johnson keeps it, gets 2 or 3. We saw that go for a big play last week, Nick.
Yeah, Cortez and J-Lou came from this other side. Cortez and J-Lou on the tackles there, so Cortez very active early here.
Another 4-yard gain, but because of that penalty, they've got 7 yards to go. 3rd down and 7 from the 29-yard line, and this is about as big as you could hope for early on in this one. Both backs take a knee. They duck down behind that offensive line. Johnson called for it. He's going to reverse field. Pitches that ball late. Got to come up and make a tackle. Don't do it. Getting to the outside now and off and going out to the 38-yard line. Boy, the Trojans had him in the backfield, but Johnson has not moved. There's a penalty back on the 33. Johnson standing there. That one looks like it's going to come all the way back for a hold, and it does. Holding going to be whistled on, and you knew it when Johnson didn't move.
Yeah. That's why I was waiting for the signal. I just didn't know if it was on them or on us. But
that's a good reason that tackle is not made and that contain is not there, and that's a big-time hold. That's going to work out, Nick, to about a 40-yard penalty, taking back the yardage that he had gotten downfield.
Yeah, and it's from the spot of the foul, Doug, so it's probably going to be about 3rd and 13 or 3rd and 13, yeah.
Got to get to the 36-yard line. Ball rests at the 23, so 3rd down and 13. Ought to have a lot of time for instant replays on here tonight, as slow as they go. They are about a minute into this drive, and it is loud in here, Nick. Johnson under center has it. He's back to pass now, looking to the near side. And just a beautiful pass. Terry was there defending, and 83 looks down at him, points for the 1st down, and that's just a tremendous play by Jarvis Stevenson to come in and grab that. Great pass by Johnson.
Yeah, freshman there, and of course Jayton had great coverage. He but those strong hands off of that receiver, he
just fit the ball right in there. 1st down and 10. First big play of the night made by John Curtis. They have it out at the 40-yard line. Handoff up the middle is contained. Looked like Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah with the tackle there, solo tackle on that one. They do fall forward like last week that's a 3 or 4 yard gain there.
Boy, 2 penalties already on that first 3-down set, and John Curtis able to convert that one, mark that one down, as that was huge, an opportunity for the Trojans to get off the field, couldn't do it. 2nd down at 7, 43-yard line. Go the Patriots of John Curtis. Snap is back. Going to come to this side. And driven. Ball is down. And the Trojans are going to have it. Nick, you talked about it. Turnover of the night. Trojan defense steps up big. Brent, let's take a look at that one more time. Courtesy of BU Design.
Yeah, Kyron Griffin on the recovery. I think Elijah with the initial hit.
Boy, look at the pressure that got in there. And the Trojans have it, and they'll start this one, Nick, in plus territory at 9:27. So 2.5 minutes, or 2.5 minutes on that. But the Trojans will take over on the plus 42. Opportunity to get things going. JT Lindsay in the backfield with Carson Sellers. Receivers are both tight. Handoff goes up the middle to JT. JT banging around and falling forward himself. Gets all the way to the 36-yard line. Give him 6 on the carry.
Yep. And Doug, I first rule of broadcast school is the color guy does not say anything. I saw that fumble early, and I was just like, come on, Doug, come on. But no, you're right. They will put the ball on the ground.
2nd down now and 4 for the Trojans. Sellers, the toss goes to the far side to JT. He cuts in the middle like JT does and hurdles over for the 1st down all the way out to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, another 6-yard gain there.
Boy, the Trojans taking advantage of that. Defense got them off the field following that 3rd down completion. Oh, the snap is back. They snapped it early. Sellers are going to roll to this side. Dumps that one, just throws it away. And a penalty flag is thrown. Not sure what they're going to do because it was outside the numbers. Don't know if it might have been a sideline interference or what they're talking about. Unless they think he threw it away, but Fontenot was in the
Fontenot was there, so I don't know what the...
They may be looking at an ineligible man downfield. Yeah, they're looking over at the John Curtis side and signaling the ineligible man downfield. Boy, that was chaotic from the start. Not sure if the Patriots are going to take that and give the Trojans an extra down out of it. They will. It'll be first down and 15 now, and I think I take that. I don't mind that. Coach Bachman pleading his case down there with it and letting them know, hey, he wasn't out of bounds, but he may get the better of this one by it being first down again, Nick.
Yeah, and I'm wondering who was the ineligible man. I don't know if, because if it's I don't know. I will have to go back, but I didn't see that.
First down and 15, ball rests at the 35-yard line. It's got to get to the 20 of John Curtis. Fontenot is the slot receiver. Duncan is this side. Duncan goes up and, boy, nearly picked off, and that's somebody that is biting on that. That was number 1, Trey Brown, that broke forward on that. They've watched some film themselves, my friend.
No, they're well coached. And
we saw an interception earlier in the season on that very same pass, and that could have been 1. Second down and 12. They give him officially 3 yards on it. Sellers rolling to the far side. JT out there blocking, and that one is picked off. And, boy, we've heard about that secondary of John Curtis, and Xavier Brown comes up, the senior DB, and just hops in front of it and gets that.
Yeah, rolled him out a little bit there, trying to get him a little time, and trying to hit Jimmy there, and just didn't come back to the ball, and the DB does. And we've lived dangerous the past couple weeks on a couple of those.
2 turnovers early in this one, a fumble by John Curtis, and now that interception thrown by the Trojans, and nearly had the pick 6 that would have went as long as he wanted to run.
Yeah.
First down and 10, ball rests at the 17-yard line. They'll start this at 8:06. Johnson saying something to his offensive line, and that is going to be a handoff that off to the left side. Just a couple, but flags all over the place in this one again. False start is going to be whistled. They'll back it up, so it'll be pushed back again. 3rd penalty on the night for John Curtis. This association out of Shreveport, very good crew. They'll be in New Orleans next weekend.
Okay.
They are that crew out of Shreveport that is there, made up of some pretty talented officials, and like I said, they've earned a trip to the Dome this year already.
And I also want to point out that's only Carson's 2nd interception of the year.
That's correct.
So I mean, you're
Both
playing against
the
a quality.
playoffs?
Yeah, you're playing against a quality team. So
that's right. One was in the Neville game and one is here. First down and 15 they go. Snap throw to the near side. That's the young man that had the interception. He's going to be brought down. He gets back the penalty yardage that's there.
Yeah, Jayton Terry and Jay Lou with the tackle there. Like you're talking about, they did get back the penalty yardage plus some.
Yeah, gave him out to the 19-yard line. So it's going to be 2nd down and 8. Got to get out to the 27-yard line.
You know, they really have had John Curtis in the position they want him to where they want him to be in throwing the ball, but so far they've taken.
I keep looking at big number 79, Willie Bolden, 6'1", 290, just a junior. He's a load over there.
Yes.
They run to the other side, but good work by the interior line of the Trojans defense. And
yeah, Thibodeau and Jackson Townsend there on that.
Keep an eye out on that far side. Jarvis Stevenson, number 83, Jay Frazier going at it just a little bit, but it's another 3rd down. And we saw a couple of good completed passes from Johnson from John Curtis here.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if this is not going to be that reverse option that they did, on that 3rd down where they went. Just
they do like to get shifty.
Yeah, starts this way and goes back that way.
Johnson under center, comes back. He's going to just pitch it back. Ball bounces up to 45, picks it up like Ozzie Smith off the turf, but going to be knocked out of bounds for a loss of 4 on that.
Yeah, Jay Frazier came up and made the tackle this time, unlike that last one. Of course, there's no penalties on the field, so it's going to be a long.
John Curtis will go back and try to fake one here. On to punt is number 34. That is Lane LaCrone. Gets that one away, and it's just going to bounce. What a tremendous punt as it rolls dead at the 38-yard line. Trojans will start it right there at 5:56. We're halfway through this first period of play. Turnover apiece and a punt, and we'll see the Trojans do on their second possession here as it starts, let's see, at the is it at the 40, Nick, or where do they have that mark?
Looks like they're going to mark it on the 43. Yeah, 43.
Now they'll put it at the 37 is where
I'm
it'll
sorry,
go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the Trojans get it in minus territory at the 37-yard line. Just kind of a couple of boxers filling each other out in this one early on. JT's had a little bit of success. Haven't seen Darvon yet in this one tonight. Trojan offense really not a rhythm that first time. That handoff goes up the middle, and there's that big interior line of John Curtis.
Yeah, 3 yards there off the left center of the line. And, of course, Thibodeau was in earlier. He's not in now.
Trojans going a little bit of tempo. They like to get a first down and go even quicker. Handoff up the middle. JT's got it. Looked like he slipped getting to the line of scrimmage and is going to be dropped for a gain of just a couple. Jimmy's in there, wide receiver. Darius is there. Alex Fontenot's there. John Curtis, the Patriots have been all over the passing game of Ash tonight. The one near pick and the one interception.
They play a lot of zone on film, Doug, so that might have been something different for Carson as well.
Sellers back to pass. They're setting up the screen. They throw it to D-Dub. D-Dub behind some blocker, spins around, and he's knocked down. It's going to be at the 46. Trojans will face a 4th down and 2. And got to believe they're going to hurry up and try to go for this one. What say you, Nick? We going for it or quick kicking it from Sellers?
I think it's going to be a quick kick, Doug.
I think we're going, yeah, he's off center just a little bit. He's close, though. He's not as far back as he normally gets. Trojans, they trying the hard count on him just a little bit, maybe trying to draw him off. This is when that crowd needs to bring the noise down just a little bit. 13 and 12 on the play clock, and they'll get it under 10. Shift JT to the other side, and now the safety backs up. Quick kick is coming. And he'll put that one on the ground, too. Got to get him tackled, though, and Fontenot goes down there and gets him on the ground. And, boy, rapidly moving first quarter of play. John Curtis will start at the 4:11 mark. You're watching Ash Trojan Playoff Football. It is brought to you by Explore Alexandria Pineville. And we've yet to have a team get into the tire discount red zone, or have we had a drive summary in this one? We're still scoreless, some 7:49 into this one.
Uncharacteristic for us.
But it's that defense of Curtis, and we've seen it on film, and we've seen the work they do. The crowd here making a lot of noise. There's that spin around option. Ball on the ground once again. There goes K5 going up and getting that. Griffin, it looked like I made the reference to Ozzie Smith back in the days. That was the old Cardinal shortstop that would bounce it across the turf to first base, and that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and it's been 2 really good bounces for them, fortunately for them. But
if that oblong hits the point of the ball, there's no telling where it's going.
We talked about that off air because last week I kept talking about how much Bird would put it on the ground, and I didn't want to. They never did. But yes, JC will as well.
2-yard loss there, and that's what plagued them throughout the first part of the season was turnovers. Option comes to the near side, looking to throw the ball, got a man wide open. Turn around, J. Lou, that one bounces in. Boy, good work in the backfield, sniffing that one out. Cortez and X in there to get that one.
I was worried that he might have, X might have come in a little late, but no flag there, so good work. And that's one I haven't seen on film. Of course, I haven't watched every play that they've done.
When you're not the quarterback, it's difficult. When you see Cortez and Xavier coming at you to step into a throw, never really had a chance. Only one that had a shot at it was J. Lou, but he had his back, so he didn't have a real good shot at it. 3rd down and 12. Go the Patriots from the 25-yard line. Rolling to the near side again. Good pressure. That one's up in the air as well. Out of bounds. Incomplete. And Cortez back there making life difficult on Johnson. And that's going to force another punt.
Yeah, no, great work there by him and Jackson Townsend. And man, when they when they put the ball in the air, Doug, They catch it usually. I mean, it might.
John Curtis runs a no-huddle punt, and that one, thank you very much. That
Get
was
away
out of the
from
way.
it.
Oh, it gets a tremendous roll. So they slow run their punt team out there and quick kick, trying to catch you off balance a little bit. Just wonder if they catch one of those and try to fake it later.
Well, one of the things too is I did see where there were 2 punts that I did see on film that actually hit the kicking team in the back. So that's one thing you have to worry about as well.
Trojans just not really getting anything going. They will start at their own 38-yard line. They're trying to, looks like they're trying to catch Ash with too many men on the field on the punt like that when they run everybody out there and snap it quick, but you got to be really careful about snapping it too fast.
Right.
But, yeah, they're letting this group from Shreveport know about it. First down and 10, Trojans have it at the 38-yard.
We lost power to our laptops, so sorry about that, folks. But 3rd and 2 here for your Trojans.
There you go. Don't know if they saw that or not, what was going on there. But it's saying that our battery is low, and I don't know.
Loss of 1 there for JT on his 7th carry of the game.
Nick, take it for a minute, my friend.
Okay. So 4th and 3 here for your Trojans. Have Grayson Thibodeau, Townsend in there with Fondo on this side, Jimmy to the top, JT in the backfield with Max Gassett. See if your Trojans are going to go for it this time or if they're going to punt it. Looks like we have another punt. Ball's going to land inside the 20 to the rolls to the 10 to the 5. Going to be down to about the 2.5. So good work there by you Trojans to pin JC back deep. So John Curtis will take over with 1 minute and 25 seconds left in this first quarter.
We lost our video there for a minute. Don't know if you folks lost it at home, though, which would be great. It looks like the stream and everything is still underway. Trying to get everything back here. We'll keep an eye on that and make sure it stays charging. So as a point down, Trojans have it, have John Curtis pinned deep. They will start from their own 2-yard line with 1 minute 25 to go. And here's one of those for an opportunity to pitch it in the backfield on the ground. Johnson just steps over a step and grinds forward out to the 6-yard line. So he's going to pick up 4 yards on that.
Yeah, good work there by, looks like Richard's out there now with Xavier. Bring him down.
Been a very, very speedy first quarter of play. Just some 20 minutes or so into this one.
Yeah, but my calculation, Doug, our offense had 11 plays. Another false start there against John Curtis. So that's their 4th penalty of the game for 25 yards. So that'll back them up half the distance to the goal. So pretty much brings them back to 3rd and 10, Doug, or 2nd and 10. So here we go, 2nd and, well, we're going to say 9. 2nd and 9 after the false start. Johnson pitches it to the back. Falls down, trips Jackson Townsend. Couldn't see through the crowd. Jackson Townsend with the shoestring tackle there. So good work by Jackson for a short gain, or actually no gain. So it's still going to be 3rd and 9. See if your Trojan defense can't. I'm sure the crowd's going to make some noise here. See if we can't, either cause another penalty or get this 3rd down to where they have to kick. Period is actually going to, first quarter is going to end 3, 2, 1. So into the first quarter here in your semifinal match at Butch Stoker Stadium. Your Alexandria Senior High 0, John Curtis Patriots 0. We're going to take a break. You're watching Alexandria Trojan football on 446 Sports.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
And welcome back to JL Butch Stoker Stadium, where John Curtis Patriots, 3rd and 9, started the second quarter. You hear the horns, could hear the noise from the crowd. Probably not going to be able to hear us, which is sometimes a good thing. So, Doug, you back?
Yep, we're here.
Here we go.
3rd down and 9. Back to the 3-yard line it goes. Johnson, handoff off to the right side. Boy, that Trojan defense is there once again. Now, you've got to be real careful and almost just keep your defense out there to cover the punt, because John Curtis tries to run somebody out there pretty quick. And look at him just sprint off.
Yeah, Jackson Townsend with the stop there. But the thing, Doug, is we got to just make sure that we don't get hit by the ball. I mean, that's my biggest concern right now. They're not going to kick it to where we can return it.
Right.
He always kicks it short, so let's just not have it hit one of our defenders.
Go out in motion over there, and they're trying to draw the Trojans offside just a little bit. Bounces in there. That kick is off, and they're going to call a
false start.
Well, maybe a delay, was it?
He was he was doing his hand.
False start. We'll back him up just about a yard, but not much.
I'd rather take the punt.
Yeah, no kidding. But I don't think he's going to get off a better one than that.
Yeah. Like I said, we just have to be very careful with our return team. D-Dub's got to talk to him. As soon as that ball's kicked, our crowd needs to go quiet so D-Dub can communicate with them.
That's correct.
And,
I mean, his heel is right on the end line, Nick. He has no room to step back at all. Officials looking right at it. That kick is a better one. It's high, and D-Dub waving everybody out of the way, and that's just perfect. Trojans are going to start. That ball's checked up and will slide out of bounds, and the Trojans will have it at the 27-yard line. Nick, here at 10:54, no score in the first at all.
And that's what you get with their punt game, Doug. I mean, they're, like I said, and that's why they do that uncharacteristic, like you're talking about, quick kick like that, trying to make something happen. Sellers is back in.
Sellers back there, that big offensive line there, and the Trojans in scoring position. This is a lot like having a runner at third to start the inning. JT not really doing anything, but the whole Trojan offense hasn't done much in this one. It's been a defensive battle. Who will strike first? JT, following that pulling offensive line, may get to the 26, so give him they'll give him a couple of yards on there.
Yeah, gonna give him 2. We talked, Doug, about how they use their hands on their defense to get off the blocks and how they're gonna pack the box. I mean, it's gonna be a very difficult night for the Trojans.
Snap is back, toss comes to the near side. Darbon's first carry, and he's driven out. Boy, this run defense from John Curtis is just is solid.
Yeah, 2-yard loss there. And we talked, Doug, how we thought that they were going to have to be more balanced this week, and this is the key here, right? And look, that we've run a screen, and they were all over it as well. So
this is just a tremendous defensive plan by this John Curtis, folks. Sellers looking into the end zone, underthrows that one. Had some space, did did Fontenot, but the closest man to him was the closest that was to the defender.
Yeah, and he was getting pressured on this right side, so he probably let it go a little bit earlier than he wanted to, feeling the pressure from the right side. 34 for them, put some pressure on him. Who was
and Fontenot was wide open.
Yeah.
Duncan in the slot now. D-Dub to the near side. Fontenot's out closest to that John Curtis, and now JT goes out in motion. They're going to try to hit him out of the backfield, and they do. He's got to make a couple of guys miss. I don't know that JT can even get there. And he won't. He'll fall short of it by about 4 yards, and that's a turnover on downs. Goodness gracious. What a ball game this is going to be. We'll have to look and see if we've got any scores from around the way. Edna Carr is over Catholic in that one, 7-0.
I don't know if that was strictly going to go to JT the whole time. Tanner had popped open there on a little seam route, but I mean, he wasn't wide open at the very end because the safety did come over, but thought that might have been a pass to him. But here we go, defense.
Ruston 14, Destrehan 0, Central and Neville tied at 7. And here we are scoreless in this one. I don't know that anybody expected this except the red, white, and blue of John Curtis, perhaps. Quickly to the line they go. Handoff is up the middle again. The Trojans' defense is right there. There'll be about a half-a-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and short.
Yeah, Thibodeau and Mason
the
there.
turkey's ready.
Thibodeau and Mason there.
X is calling over to that defensive unit, trying to get somebody else out there, and they do. Quickly, Peyton Hobbs back onto the field, and they'll run Frazier out. Boy, a little disorganized on defense are the Trojans. Johnson spins around, changes the play. Handoff goes to the far side, and it's going to be a 1st down pickup of 2.
Yeah,
Nick, you said it last week, too, that sometimes the guys without the ball get tackled more than the guys with the ball.
No, for sure. And Xavier there with a tackle. And Doug, there was, I think they had an extra tackle and obviously 2 tight ends on that play. I was trying to look at the numbers. It was hard to see, but it seemed like they had 9 across the front.
1st down and 10 from the 34-yard line. Pitch is there. Got to come up and play this one. Good blocking by the receivers out on the side.
Oh.
J. Lou's going to have to finish things off, and looked like a little bit of arm tackling going on. Good job by the senior Jaden Lewis.
Yeah, good work there by J. Lou. Yeah, K5 there, looked like, and he spun off of him. So good work by J. Lou to finally get him on the ground. But
they'll move it to the 39, so it's a 5-yard pickup, 2nd down and 5 with 8:10. And this plays right into the hands of the Patriots just to now settle out and grind a little bit. And off right up the middle, good work inside that Trojan defense.
Yeah, Ethan Richard there. See his excitement on the tackle there.
He's been impressive this season.
Yeah. For about a 2-yard gain there with Townsend coming and helping him at the end. I will say this, Doug, that last play, Johnson, he learned who Cortez is. Cortez popped him whenever he pitched the ball.
3rd down and 3 now for the Patriots. Have to get to the 44-yard line. Handoff to the right side. Good running room. Spinning around and getting into Trojan territory for the first time out to the Trojan 48-yard line. And that's just good running by Jacoby Boudreaux there, the 5'10 junior running back.
Yeah, K5 with a tackle there after the 1st down, and Elijah Nelson comes off limping. Hopefully it's nothing major.
First time that John Curtis has really been able to get their offense going and lean on the defense of the Trojans. 1st down and 10 from the 48-yard line. A spot at the Superdome on the line. That throw was complete out to the near side. Ball's on the ground. It's picked up in the
No.
Boy, Cortez was trying to scoop and score, and instead he wasn't able to get a hand on it, and it went back over to Curtis. Count a loss of 2 on that one.
Yeah, forced fumble there by J. Lou with a tackle, but
boy, Cortez was trying to scoop and score.
Yeah, it's easy to say up here, but fall on the ball, young man.
Look, he's been such a player all year long, though.
Right. Is a 2-yard loss, so that's a good thing as well.
Ball rests at midfield. 2nd down and 12 from the 50. Handoff comes off to the left side, and it'll be 3rd down now and 10.
Another handoff that was really, really shaky there.
But the Trojans have got to capitalize of all these turnovers because you expect that John Curtis will right the ship and quit putting it on the ground. But that's the kind of miscues that put them to a 4-5 regular season.
Yes.
But Ash unable to capitalize on any of it. Even a couple of times deep in John Curtis territory. Johnson back to pass now, going over the top of it. And that's going to be pass interference.
No,
no, he tripped up. Yeah, that was incidental contact.
Yeah. And what I think made the difference, Doug, is J. Lou's looking back at the ball.
Right.
So any contact there is going to be.
This is where it's tricky now. The Trojans have got to get their defensive unit off the field. And they do. And look like they're in that spread formation here is John Curtis. Got to cut. Let's see, 1-2 at the top. 11 guys on the field for the Trojans, so everybody covered up. Snap is back, holds on to it this time and gets a good punt away. And that's a definition, my friend, of flipping the field as the Trojans will start on the 10-yard line.
Yeah, good work there by D-Dub to fair catch it because that definitely would have, I don't know, it may have nosedived and gone into the end zone, but chances are they would have been able to
You would have seen exactly
it.
what you saw
Yeah,
down here when
exactly.
the Trojans covered up on the 2-yard line.
Doug, I have 15 offensive plays for your Trojans.
Had 42 last week, and we're talking about that being a low number. Just one of those games here in this one. 5:28 until halftime. Trojans will get the ball to start the second half. Sellers.
Looks like Max is in there now.
Yeah, Max Gassett calls for it, and there's a little toss to JT, but he is finding no running room against this big Patriots defense.
I have, of course, I know we had a little, distraction there, but I have JT. He has 2 different runs for 6 yards, and that's the longest. And we have 1 pass to JT for 7 yards. That's the longest place from scrimmage.
Gassett's going to try it again. He dumps this one off to D-Dub. Good blocking down here. Darius spinning around, and forward progress is going to get him out to the 18-yard line. Still will be 3rd down and a couple.
I don't know if they're calling a hold on Jimmy or they're calling a face mask. Guess we're going to see here another hold.
Call hold at the end of the play because it was right where he was tackled, where Darius was tackled.
Tell you what, if he held him, that guy's sure to get away from him pretty easily.
Well, you talk about a difficult time to have that. They're saying, do you want 3rd down? Do you want it backed up from there? Because it'll be 2nd down, and probably just about a difference of 4 maybe is all that it's going to be because the penalty will be marked off from here, but they'll replay the down. So let's see. It was at the 12-yard line a minute ago, Nick.
Yeah, no, there.
And it's going to be now at the 9. So, in essence, a 3-yard penalty on that. And you get the down over. 4:57 to go. They'll stop the clock here momentarily. We'll see. So the holding play is marked off 10 yards from the spot of the foul. And the John Curtis coaches are thinking, wait a minute, maybe we want to we want to decline that penalty and give them 3rd down, but they don't. They push them back. It'll be 2nd down. The ball rests in between the 9 and the 10-yard line on the hash nearest to the Trojan home side. Clock runs now at 4:54. Gassett looks over, and this is a very opportunistic John Curtis defense. Cannot make a mistake down here. Gassett, handoff up the middle. There's JT finding space for the first time tonight. Gets all the way out to the 15-yard line, and it'll be 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, 6-yard gain there for JT, and that's his 3rd 6-yard run of the night. So, like I said, they're balling him up pretty good.
4.5 to go. You see that on a scoreless Wallace Eye Associates scoreboard. Gassett surveying things. Just 17 on the play clock, and the Trojans are going to get a timeout and talk about this. Things are getting dicey as every possession, every second counts in this one. Let's take a timeout with them. We'll take it. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're watching Ash Trojan Football on 446 Sports.
Are home problems turning your life upside down? Trust Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing to save the day. From keeping you comfortable to plumbing repairs and even generators, we do it all. Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing, your one-stop solution for AC, plumbing, and generators. If you need us to save the day for you, call Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing or visit us online at southernairnow.com.
And we are back here, 4:22 until half. Edna Carr on top of Catholic, 7-6 in that one. Right here, we are scoreless. 3rd down and 5. Have to get the ball to the 20-yard line. JT comes in motion. Gassett will pull this and run. Now there's going to be a false start that pushes the Trojans back out of that timeout. It'll be 3rd down and 10. They put Sellers in there now. So out of that timeout, Carson makes his way in. I thought maybe Gassett would pull and run, but they've got Carson Sellers back in there. And we have seen Carson run the football too. And that may be one of those things because most of the time defenses don't think that 4 will pull it down and run. Carson brings JT in motion once again. 3rd down and 10. Have to get to the 20-yard line. Sellers back to pass. They dump that screen off. That's coming to the near side of the 15. Good move. Got to dive out. He's going to get the first down. They'll give him the first. Out to the 21-yard line. And that is just tremendous work by the NSU signee, Jimmy Duncan.
Yeah,
how about that, Coach McCorkle?
Yeah, he needed 10. He got 11, so great work. And it was him leaning,
yards
him
after
lunging.
catch.
Yep.
Now the Trojans will go a little bit of tempo. Ball rests at the 20, just outside the 20. Handoff goes to JT up the middle, spinning around, banging through there, and there's JT. Now to the 30 they'll give him, and another Trojan first down, back-to-back first down plays.
That'd be big to go and get a touchdown here and then get the ball back to start the second half.
It would be monstrous to say the least. Still no score on the Wallace Eye Associates scoreboard. Yet to make a trip into the red zone. Snap is back, handoff is there. JT following behind his big offensive line, and that's Reed.
4-yard there right up the middle, and starting to get a little push now.
And watch, keep an eye on Trey Brown out in coverage. Officials are looking at him. He was staying on Darius while he was on the ground, and so they're keeping an eye on that. 4-yard pickup, 2nd down and 6. Toss comes to the near side. JT up the middle now, cuts back, spins around, bangs his head, and it's another Trojan first down to the 44-yard line, and here comes that Trojan Express.
Boy, Doug, I think they shorted him a couple yards there. He was on top of the defender and went in front of the 45, but.
Snap there. Up the middle is Darbon. Darbon off the left side gets it. He'll get to the 48-yard line.
A good 4-yard run there by Vaughn. Vaughn was -2 on his first run, so.
Best continuity this Trojan offense has had, but that offensive line is starting to push back on John Curtis just a little bit.
Yeah, great patience by your Trojan coaching staff to stick with this run in this short passing game for now.
Coming in motion to the near side is Townsend. They'll get it over to Darius, trying to get a block in there and spin out of bounds, and Darius is going to be knocked out near another first down. He'll be a yard shy, but into Patriot territory.
Yeah, 5-yard gain there, and that's what Darius can do. He can make the first guy miss, and I'll tell you what, for this John Curtis group, the first guy doesn't miss much.
And Darius and Jimmy have had big plays on this drive alone. 3rd down and short. Darbon gets it. He'll have the first down, carrying defenders. And that's what you like to see when you get the line setting that secondary line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's a big 4-yard gain there whenever.
From the 44, they go with 2:40 to go in this one, the first half. Scoreless. Handoff. Darbon, left side, runs over his offensive lineman there. Got to get Aiden to turn around and watch out, and JT will come back in there. Good work by Darbon. Good, tough running by Duncan and Washington. And a timeout is taken. We'll see who does
Injury on the top.
Oh, it's injury there. We'll get off the camera on it. But, Nick, just a game of filling each other out and banging, and defenses doing what the defenses have done all year. First time that we've seen a team really hold Ash in check.
You know, I mean, once again, Doug, semifinals, these guys have I listened to an interview last week with their defense coordinator after the Turlings game, and said this young group on the defense is finally figuring out they've grown up a lot and has really made a difference these last 3 weeks. But once again, I mean, they play in one of the most difficult districts.
Absolutely.
What's crazy is
it looks like that young man's cramping up too. They're stretching him out, so that's good. But go ahead.
Their enrollment, enrollment is so low, and for them to be competitive at this level is very impressive. But you know, one thing, Doug, that we've talked about is this offensive line with JT and Vaughn, and of course you have to have Tanner in there. You have to have put Thibodeau, Litzinger, and then even Jimmy outside and Fontenot blocking. They found something here the last 4 or 5 minutes, and hopefully it's something that we can take into the end zone right now.
Well, one thing it's doing too is letting that defense rest.
Yes, good point. Excellent point.
Because they've been on the field a lot tonight. You see a lot of alumni making their way down onto the field. They're there as well. Capacity crowd here on the home side. And you watching along at home. 2:19 the clock runs. No score on the Wallace High Associates scoreboard. Fontenot in man coverage out to the far side. Handoff up the middle. JT's got it. That's that little jump cut that he does, and that's another first down for the Trojans. Clock will stop momentarily at the 32.
Yeah, 7-yard gain there right up the middle. Like you said, a little sidestep, there to make that first defender miss.
Duncan in the slot to the far side. D-Dub the lone receiver here. JT trying to get to the outside of that offensive line, and does. Boy, and this is the kind of running JT needs to do right
here. he just said, hey, Pete, get out of my way. He just lowered the boom on Pete on 50 so a good 6-yard gain there.
Yeah, Lofton's going to be a good one. There's no doubt about that. 2nd down and 3. Trojans have it from the 26. Toss back to the near side again. There's JT up the middle inside the 20. And that is the first trip tonight inside the Tire Discount Center red zone.
12-yard gain there and a first down for JT.
You see that up in the top corner. We appreciate those folks for doing what they're doing. First down and 10. JT following the line up the middle inside the 5, banging down to the 3. Another first down, and it'll be 1st and goal. And the Trojans are feeling something there.
A 10-yard gain there on a first down to get another. JT Curtis is calling for a timeout. He gets a timeout.
Impressive long drive. Got to do something that stops the momentum. But indeed, this is our first trip into the Tire Discount Center red zone. Rolling into the red zone go the Trojans when you need something on your car adjusted when it comes to the wheels and the tires and the rolling of that. Go see them over there. They're on Coliseum Boulevard in MacArthur.
So this is JT Curtis's birthday today?
Yes, it is. 74, I think. I saw somewhere in the 70s. Yeah.
I tell you what, he limps across the field, but he was moving for that timeout. He wanted that timeout bad.
Look, it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears through the years for the Curtises. There's no doubt about that. This Nick, a drive that started out on the, the 6 or 7 yard line?
I think the 9, if I'm not mistaken.
The 9 yard line is where they started. On the 10 yard line,
okay.
At 5:28. So this is a 4-minute, 20-second drive right here. Trojans looking to pay it off. And this is where they might have gotten the benefit of Curtis taking the ball to start things.
And I'm counting 15 plays, Doug, on this.
This is
drive.
The 16th play of the drive here. And what an impressive drive it has been. That offensive line getting some push. Boy, you look at that right side of it where Lofton is. Townsend is over there.
Thibodeau's right behind him.
Thibodeau's behind him. Look for something off that right side because you've got Vaughn and JT in there. Off the right side. They go JT into the end zone. Touchdown, JT Lindsay. Touchdown, Trojans. Mesh will come on to try the PAT. And we are going to have, after this timeout, our very first Teed Up Golf drive recap.
Great thing there, Doug, is they used a timeout as well. JC did, JT Curtis for JC, the coach, John Curtis. So now they only have two. Yeah, I'm sorry. Now they only have two timeouts.
And a minute 5, and they're, again, not built for going down the field that quick. Kick is up, and it is good. First points on the board. Trojans lead this one 7-0. We'll be back right after this on 446 Sports.
Alex Winterfett is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever. Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! Ho, ho, ho. That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light maze and the best spots to take those holiday selfies. Cute! And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet, December 5th through 7th, only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfett.com or Facebook. See you there!
We are back here at 105. Let's take a look at our Teed Up Golf drive summary. Nick, I had 16 plays, 90 yards, 4 minutes, 23 seconds. It was a 3-yard touchdown run by JT on his 9th carry of that drive, 18th overall. Trojans go 90 yards in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. That's our Teed Up Golf drive of the game. 105 left. The Trojans just have to avoid something on this and don't let a big play happen here. That's just what you wanted, though, Nick. Score right before the half, knowing that you get the ball to come out of it.
Yes, sir.
Eli puts a foot into this. It curves over. Bounces off of the John Curtis player. Trojans pick it up. They're going to have it at the 21-yard line. Oh, baby, what a turn of events that is.
Cortez with the fumble recovery there. You know what he did this trip? He went straight to the ground with it. Great work there.
I mean, it bounced, come up, hit him on his helmet, and bounced back in. What a big-time play that was. The 21-yard line is where they'll start it. Let's take a look at that one more time, Brett, if we have it. Well, that's the touchdown. All right. That was a good one to look at, too, though. Trojans will start there with 60 seconds to go, Nick, from the 21-yard line. And just a yard outside of the Tire Discount Center red zone. So we're getting close to it.
2 timeouts left, Doug, for you Trojans. Did you hear me? 2 timeouts.
2 timeouts for the Trojans. And, boy, this is about what you didn't want if you're John Curtis, that's for sure.
Eli hit that ball. It was curving. It was kind of lower.
Yes.
It was a lot of pace, and it was curving. And, it hit the
corner kick. That's that soccer stuff.
That is a corner. You're right. He whipped in the corner kick. You're correct. Oh, gosh. Hopefully he had a timeout. Hopefully it wasn't a flag.
Look, Nick, you say what you want about JT. Say what you want about Vaughn, but the offensive line pure dominated that drive.
Yes.
They were establishing that secondary line of scrimmage, and what that means is it's 4 or 5 yards before the defensive line even gets to them.
And they say we want about, like you're talking about, but let's talk about this coaching staff, too, having that patience, because you know what? That running game was not there.
Nope, non-existent.
Delay of game.
Calling the delay of game on that one, and goodness, so this will push it back to the 25-yard line.
Yeah, I know this line judge can't wait the second half to shift over. Because I say that. Maybe the Curtis coaches, he's been catching it from our side.
Well, the Trojans in field goal range for sure, but they're wanting to pay this turnover off. What has it been, two turnovers on the night?
Yeah, they have.
And trying to get their first points off of a turnover here.
Yeah, we have 2 fumble recoveries.
Toss comes to the near side. We'll see if that that defensive line for John Curtis stepped up right there.
Yeah, no gain there. And
Trojans are going to have to go quick. They do have a couple of timeouts, and in the grand scheme of things, a lot of time left here with 44 and 43. But after watching the Bears debacle a week ago in the NFL, handoff. No, it's play action. Sellers down the middle to Townsend. He goes to the 5 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans, touchdown, Tanner Townsend. Brett, let's take a look at it again, courtesy of BU Designs. Looks like we're one off on it. We're out of sync just a little bit on there, but we'll get it. We'll have all of the highlights and up there. Boy, that was a big touch. I told you Tanner was going to get 2 tonight.
Yeah, you did.
That's 1.
One thing, well, I'll tell you this in just a second.
Kick is up, and it is good. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. You're watching Ash Trojan playoff football on 446 Sports.
This month, as we gather with the ones we love, let's take a moment to give thanks for the blessings in our lives. When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust those who care about your family as much as you do.
I'm Jason Hawk, your local Farm Bureau insurance agent. I'm here to help you protect what you hold dear.
Whether auto, home, or life, have peace of mind knowing that your family is covered today, tomorrow, and for years to come. So talk to Hawk at 318-791-HAWK or online at talktohawk.com and let us help you protect what matters most.
We're back. Let's take a look at our teed up golf drive summary. How about that little golf club that just threw there? 2 plays, 20 yards, a 26-yard touchdown pass from Sellers to Tanner Townsend. It took 28 seconds off of the clock is all that it took. So the Trojans score in 4.5, and now they score in 28. And take a big lead. Boy, you just never saw that coming out of here and still get the ball. This kickoff is again. How about we run it right back with a fumble? He doesn't do it. He picks it up. I didn't say run it right back the other way, though.
Hey, there's our boy Devin Lee.
That's right.
Number 41, Devin Lee on the
I'm just
on the
proud
tackle.
of you for knowing that.
Yes.
Now.
Want to apologize to
13 games.
Yeah. Well, he was. I don't think he's been on the field that long, but we definitely did start noticing him the past 3 games. So congratulations to Devin for getting his name called. But he has had a great last 3 games on special teams. Also here pregame that he could kick.
Well, there you go.
So, but good work there by Devin.
Boy, you got to think that Curtis has got to try to get to the locker room here. This is a tough place to go, and you cannot give no. But Johnson's going to keep it. He'll get the first down. Clock will stop momentarily at 20 seconds. They have 2 timeouts. So.
Yes, they do. Tackle there by Xavier and J. Lou.
I think they've got a pretty decent kicker. I don't know that I've watched
no,
that.
He has no distance.
Johnson back to pass, bounces that one in there. And it's incomplete, but we'll stop the clock there. 14 ticks to go. It's going to be an interesting conversation with Coach Bachman. We've heard him talk about it. He says, they may be there and play 20 and 30, but what are they going to do throughout the game? And the Trojans, big explosiveness here in the last 5 minutes.
In the one where he underthrew Fontenot earlier, Townsend was open in the seam, and they saw that earlier.
2nd down and 10. Ball at the 41-yard line. Johnson being pressured by Cortez. Dumps that one off. Got to come up and tackle. He's going to run and get out of bounds and does that at the Trojan 47-yard line. It'll be a first down. 7 seconds to go. Trojans just need to get back, and they do. They're sending Griffin is back. Jay Lou is back. Jay Frazier's back. There's Terry. So your DBs are 20 yards off the ball, Nick.
Yeah, and you're probably not expecting the ball to be in the air that far, but definitely try to keep everything in front of you.
You've got to come up and tackle, and no penalties. Don't get a roughing or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because that'll give you enough time down. 7 seconds to go here in the first half. That has been spirited for the last 4.5 minutes. Timeout on the field. John Curtis will take their second. They'll have 1 remaining. Brett, let's keep it right here just because we have halftime coming up out of it. Coming up out of halftime, we'll keep it here, and we'll watch the cheerleaders and those that are performing at halftime. We'll leave it here. Just keep our camera zoomed in on that group. Boy, it looked like we had a plug, I think, that was out of whack over there. How are we doing over here now? Yeah, goodness gracious. Typical host of cyber bullies over there commenting on things, but go get you some on your couch. Enjoy life back there on your couch. 7 seconds to go until halftime, and Nick, it couldn't have ended in the first half so far any better. And look, there go that Trojan defense is even further back. Is that JT back there? Yeah, JT's back at the 10-yard line. This is that hands team that's back there. Don't get him anywhere that needs a tackle, please. Coach Kelly's like, well, wait a minute, just knock it down. A lot of noise. Johnson with a quick hitter to the far side. Sprints to the sideline, 3 and 2 and 1. They'll stop the clock with 1 second. So this, barring a defensive penalty, will be the final play of the first half.
Now he can throw it in the end zone from here, Doug.
Yeah, but he got to get his guys down there, and I believe you can get Cortez home on that. Got to think they're not just going to let him sit back in the pocket. First down, and you might as well say goal to go from the 35-yard line. 1 second on the clock until halftime. Cortez is sneaking up. He's going to come off the side. Good pressure. Ball is up, down to the end zone. Knock it down. And it was. Goodness gracious, JT is in there. Knocking it down. That is halftime. The Trojans will take a 14-0 lead into the break, courtesy of the final, final 5 minutes or so of this one. And we'll talk to Coach Bachman coming out of the half. But we're going to leave it. Well, we'll leave it right here. We'll let you get into halftime. There'll be plenty of time for that, and we'll let you enjoy the sights and sounds of halftime, because it looks like John Curtis's band is going to come out and play as well. So let's turn it over to the stadium and enjoy the sights and sounds of halftime. 14-0, Trojans lead it. You're watching Ash Trojan football right here on 446 Sports.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you will direct your attention to the 50-yard line for your halftime entertainment. Under the leadership of Grace Brown, Trinity Patrick, and Ashley Rawls, please welcome to the field the Alexandria Senior High Trojans. We're giving a big hand. Alexandria Senior High, Trojans. We're not going to go anywhere. Up next. Please welcome to the field, your Alexandria Senior High Trojan champions, the Alexandria Senior High Trojan champions, Yell Team. Thank you, ladies. Now, everybody, be sure you stretch your legs through the concession stands. We'll be back in just over 11 minutes. Second half of action. The Trojans will take the ball first.
Alex Winterfett is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever! Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! Ho, ho, ho. That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light bays and the best spots to take those holiday selfies. Cute! And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet December 5th through 7th only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfett.com.
Check out some of our recent work at the Panthers Stadium. In addition to custom signs and banners, we also handle custom trophies, custom awards, custom vehicle wraps, and more. Give us a call. We handle projects large and small.
At Wallace Eye Associates, right now is the best time to have your cataracts removed. A new year means a new deductible, so if you're just not seeing as well as you used to, schedule your cataract evaluation today. It's fully covered by all medical insurances, including Medicare. You never need a referral at Wallace Eye Associates, and our method of next-generation cataract care is the most affordable in the state. There's only one team, one focus, your vision. Wallace Eye Associates.
Wherever you are, you're there for a reason. You shouldn't have to make a trip to the branch to deposit a check. Skip the trip and use our mobile app to easily and securely deposit checks right from your phone. Day or night, wherever you are or whatever you're doing. Download our mobile app today.
Back to JL Butch Stoker Stadium. I am Doug Gann, and sideline man Nick Magnano is down there, and let's switch over to Nick. Chuck, go ahead and switch cameras, and let's get us down to Nick and see what's going on down there. Nick, what's it like down there on the field, buddy?
Calm, very calm. Just business, nothing crazy, no celebration yet. Here's Coach Bachman walking out. Of course, see Coach Morris, Coach Free, Coach Skipper in front of them.
That business-like look is there again. Nick, we'll turn it over, and we'll let you control it here as you catch up with Coach Bachman.
Hey, Coach, great last 5 minutes of that half. that 90-yard drive to get the first touchdown, then the turnover. Talk us through those.
Too big, big swing, big 5 minutes, man. We're halfway to where we want to be. Got to play this second half like we've played all year, with character, with discipline, with toughness, and go finish this thing out.
Great job, Coach. Thank you.
Nick, you heard him talk about character, discipline, and toughness. They're letting John Curtis's guys come out of there, and big number 99's running right through the pack. That don't make no sense. Why are you going to go right through the middle of the pack? Anyway, Nick, doing a good job of holding the Trojans back before they get going.
Of course, we've talked about, this. It's an intimidating, spot to come out for the away team because the student section's right above them. But, boy, it definitely does cause some chaos for both teams whenever they're this close to each other.
But the LHSAA and the rules and all of those things. Things get chippy and get to go. You cannot have any sort of mental letdown here.
Well, I can tell you there's 4 coaches right in front of our Trojans, making sure that nothing's happening.
Watch them run out now. We're going to have a camera on the run out, too. That's what I want to see.
There's still more.
And now they're holding them. Look, the light changed.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Nick, we'll let you get back upstairs, buddy. Great job.
Thank you.
3 minutes. Let's turn it over to our buddy Brett Stallsby back in the studio, and he's going to give us a Foster community update. Nick, or Brett, take it away.
Hey guys, this is Brett with the Foster Community Halftime Score Report. We want to thank everybody who's watching us from around Cenla. We heard our friends over at Diamond Grill watching us tonight, and we want to thank you very much. So, Cenla Federal Credit Union, this all month long, they will be collecting donations to fill stockings for the Foster community. They're looking to fill 80 stockings for Christmas. This is the giving season, guys. Reach deep in your pockets. We want to help these kids out. All items should be brand new and individually packed or are labeled. They're looking for items such as games and art supplies and candy and small books and stickers, socks and hat accessories. Just reach deep in your pockets, deep in your hearts, and help those kids out in this, that they can have a great holiday season as well. And on to our scores. Let's see. We've got Catholic of Baton Rouge is up over Edna Carr, 12-7 at halftime. Let's see. We've got Ruston is up 24-0 over Destrehan in the third quarter. Central is up 10-7 at halftime over Neville. We got Franklinton is up 22-7 over Iowa. Cecilia is up 36-14 over Plaquemine. Union Parish is up 28-22 over St. James. Sterlington up 35-0 over Gina. One of those Cenla teams we're rooting for right now. Haynesville is up 10-0 in the second quarter over General Trask. Logansport is up 7-6 over South Plaquemines. And let's see what else we got. E.D. White is up 21-0 over Leesville. Come on, we're rooting for Leesville. Another one of those Cenla teams. Bunkie is up 16-15 over Dunham at the halftime. Catholic of NI is up. New Iberia is up 14-0 over Calvary Baptist. Let's see what else we got. And here at the Butch, your Trojans are up 14-0 over John Curtis. And with that, I will throw it back to Nick and Doug for y'all to enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you, Brett. We appreciate that. Ash Trojan football here on 446 Sports is brought to you by Explore Alexandria Pineville. That's right. We welcome aboard Explore Alexandria Pineville on there. If you're looking for anything that's going on, want to make a trip down here to Central Louisiana, check them out at ExploreAlexandriaPineville.com. Of course, all the other sponsors you see rotating up in that right side corner. Yeah, bring that down just a bit. Nick, not difficult to recap the scoring drives tonight. These are our Tee It Up Golf scoring drives. The first one from the Trojans went 16 plays, 90 yards. It was a 6-yard touchdown run from JT. Took 4:23 off the clock. The mesh extra point made it 7-0. They got that ball on the 10-yard line with 5:28 to go, and we were scoreless. And then the ensuing kickoff, ENSUING if you're scoring at home. Two plays, 20 yards. Officially 26 yards was the touchdown, and that gets us to where we're at. And the Trojans, Nick, will have the ball coming out of the second half. How about a couple of stats?
Yeah, JT Lindsay, 19 carries, 96 yards, 1 touchdown. Vaughn, 4 carries for 11 yards. Carson Sellers, 7 for 10, 63 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 INT. And then Tanner Townsend, your lead receiver, 1 for 26 yards and a touchdown.
And the fireworks are going off again.
Facebook blowing up again in the neighborhood.
That's right. What's going on?
Hey, at least we know Brett McCormick won't be saying, hey, what's happening in my neighborhood?
1T down there taking some nice shots. Check him out at 1T Photography. And Edna Carr, John Curtis, set to kick this one off here. I was thinking about that score that's 12-7, Catholic of Baton Rouge. Anytime they're in a game, have an opportunity to take one there.
Oh yeah, I mean they're another perennial power. So, I mean, expect the unexpected and always work hard.
Jayton Terry coming back deep to receive with Darius. JT not back, and they're stepping up, thinking about an onside. They switch now positions and aim over here where the bulk of the Trojans are, and that's that little sky kick to your man, Nick. Take it away.
Yeah, Burford. Oh, look at this return here.
That's just tremendous work by Hayden Burford. That's Nick. We saw that in the was it Rustin or Neville game that we saw that.
You know what I'm saying? Get down, take a knee, just catch the ball.
He was trying to house one.
I know, and he did a great job. Great starting field position here for your Trojans.
Trojans will start out. They have been solid. Boy, that offensive line did some work with 5 minutes to go in that one. Don't forget, we'll have the Trojan wrap-up show following this one. Win, lose, or draw. We'll visit with Coach Thomas Bachman when he finally is able to make his way up here.
Yeah, I was curious to know why J. Tom was going back there, but they obviously saw something on film that I haven't.
And didn't want JT out on the field, it looked like. But JT's back there now, gets the handoff from Sellers. JT, big-time work, and boys just continuing right where he picked up in the second half, or in the first half.
Yeah, 11-yard gain there on first down for another first down, and that's a good way to start this second half, Doug.
Indeed it is. 44-yard line. He gets it again. Met at the line of scrimmage, and they'll bring him down right there. But Big Jacoby blocking downfield again, doing tremendous work. Now the Trojans are okay to take some air out of the football.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you know, Curtis is going to have to decide. They're just going to have to – I mean, they had gotten to where they were actually not stuffing the box. But with those last 2 drives, I mean, they may have to see, here we go.
They're stepped up inside it now. They're all within about 5 or 6 yards of the line of scrimmage. Play action pass. Sellers facing pressure. Is able to step out of one, but is going to go down in just the second time this year that he's been sacked.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily – I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I don't like it, but it's not necessarily an awful thing because out looking downfield, everybody was covered.
Well, and that defensive secondary are ball hawks for this Curtis team. And the Trojans don't have to get it all on third down. If they can get half of it right here, they're going to be in a good position to go for it, but they've got to get some points having the football in the second half. Looking for their 3rd consecutive drive ending in points. 10.5 to go here in the 3rd. Trojans lead at 14-0. You see it on your Wallace Eye Associates scoreboard.
Got to get the snap off, gentlemen.
Down to 1.
Jeez.
And a delay of game is going to be whistled against the Trojans. And just
wow,
very unorganized on that one. We'll go from 3rd and 15 to about 3rd and 20 now.
Yeah, that's of course you don't want to waste a timeout there, but
no. And at this point, you sacrifice out near midfield. You'll sacrifice that 5 yards.
Yeah. Elijah Nelson, he's running around here on the sideline.
Getting loosened up.
Yeah.
So they don't have that bike over there, you know?
They
the
did.
exercise bike.
They did earlier. Yeah, it's there. Jay Frazier's on it now.
Oh, well, there you go.
They brought it. I was talking to Aris earlier, and they brought it, and we ended up taking a timeout anyway.
Timeout on the field. The Trojans have to take it here at 10:19. Let's take it with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're watching Ash Trojan football on 446 Sports.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger. Jen obliterated her ribeye po' boy. And speaking of spirits, Laura even scored a real tasty cocktail. She needed that.
Any lessons learned today?
Yeah. Head straight to walk-ons.
Scratch-made dishes, wall-to-wall TVs, craft beers, and cocktails. Walk-ons for the win.
Back to J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium here in front of a capacity home side crowd. Good group made the trip up from River Ridge to support their John Curtis Patriots. Trojan fans are up in this one, excited about it and looking to get behind their Trojans on 3rd down and 20.
And they do have their milk jugs with their
Absolutely.
with their rocks in them.
You can see them over there, too.
Yep, they do.
They said bring them to school, and we'll wrap them up and make some noise out of them. Snap is back. Good pressure there, good protection this time, and JT's knocked down early.
Yeah, there it is.
There's the flag, comes from the far side of it, and coaches on that side are not happy. But, Nick, all that's going to do is give them 10 yards. It'll be 3rd down. Yeah, you're right.
Is it 10 or 15? It's 10.
10-14 is where that penalty was called. And yeah, I mean, JT was knocked down, but he was streaking forward. And that's a penalty that they've got to correct in here.
Yeah, they're pointing to the guy behind saying that,
that
he didn't call it.
Give him about, 15 on that one for the pass interference. So we'll take that. 3rd down and 5 is a whole lot better than 3rd down and 20. That opens the playbook up a lot.
Yep.
Trojans were in a bind a couple of plays ago, and now they're in a position where they can go for it if they need to here. Darius comes in motion, settles in behind Tanner. A little bit of a misdirection on it. Sellers over, complete to Duncan. He snatches another one out of the air, and he makes his way inside the Tire Discount Center red zone for another big Trojan 1st down.
27-yard pickup there from Carson to Jimmy on that 3rd down. Great play there by Jimmy.
Trojans off and moving, 1st down and 10. JT's got it off the left side now, inside the 10, down to the 8-yard line.
Give him 11 yards there.
Well, what some pretty good play calling after that timeout.
Yeah, great timeout.
And look, at this late point of the game, you'll take the timeouts. You don't need to save any of them. JT down to the 6. They'll mark him in between the 6 and the 5.
They give him 2 yards there on his 23rd carry of the game, Doug.
Had 19 at halftime. Yeah. Big last drive. Carried 9 times that time.
Letzinger coming in for
Fontenot and D-Dub both come off the field.
Yeah, Thibodeau came in for D-Dub.
Jimmy's the lone receiver to the near side, but I think all the activity's up the middle. And it is JT with that little stutter step, jumps right into the defensive line. And the Trojans got to believe that they'll try to run it one more time, maybe down here.
Yeah, JT coming up a little gimpy.
Yeah, he'll come over to the sideline and quickly get some attention going to JT Lindsey. Von Darbon comes into the game, so we'll keep an eye on JT. Let you know what's going on with that. They looking over, and the Trojans content to run off some clock in this one too, down to 8:40 and counting under 8 and 7. Trojans are going to get another timeout, it looks like, here. And that
I think they're looking for the injury timeout, Doug.
Because he never got off the field. We'll take a timeout with him, be back in 30 seconds. You're watching Ash Trojan football, courtesy of Explore Alexandria Pineville, right here on 446 Sports.
Alex Winterfett is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever. Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light maze and the best spots to take those holiday selfies. Cute! And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet December 5th through 7th only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfett.com or Facebook. See you there!
We're back here at J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. They are tending to J.T. Lindsay on the sideline. You see him over on the bench. We'll try to keep you posted on that. Trojans face 3rd down and goal from the 5, and Von Darbon will come in there, and really not much of a drop-off at all. And JT is hobbling back into the game, looking like Kirk Gibson coming up for the Dodgers in 88.
Wonder if this one's, Doug, where they'll fake it to him and hit one of the tight ends.
If he runs it right here, I would be fully surprised. Play action to him, not even a good one. They're going all the way to the open side of it to Fontenot, and it's incomplete. So the timeout was taken, and JT gets back in there, albeit as a decoy. And I got to think you bring Mesh out here to try perhaps a short field goal, and there he is. This to extend the lead to 3 scores. Nick, they'll mark it at the 12-yard line, make it a 22-yard field goal attempt for Mesh.
If I'm not mistaken, Doug, this is first field goal attempt of the year.
Of the year?
Yes.
He was out for a little bit when there was one, I think. Is this the Trojans' first attempt?
Yep.
Kick is up. And the Trojans remain perfect on field goal attempts for the 2024 season. 17-0 Trojans lead it. We'll be back after this. You're watching Ash Trojan playoff football on 446 Sports.
Wherever you are, you're there for a reason. You shouldn't have to make a trip to the branch to deposit a check. Skip the trip and use our mobile app to easily and securely deposit checks right from your phone. Day or night, wherever you are, or whatever you're doing. Download our mobile app today.
And we are back, J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. Channing Mesh field goal caps that off. And that Tee It Up Golf scoring drive. Appreciate our folks at Tee It Up Golf. If you need help with your drive, get on out there MacArthur Drive and check out the folks at Tee It Up Golf and light it up billboards. If you need some digital billboard work, those are the guys that do it. 6 plays, 61 yards, a 22-yard field goal. Took 3:38 off of the clock, and the Trojans do get points. 3 drives in a row. Eli Fung set to put a foot into this one, and he does. That one is high and going to be gathered in around the 2-yard line. Going right up the middle with a good head of steam. Got to get him on the ground. Here coming on the backside, and we'll take him at the 42-yard line.
Oh, he called there's a penalty, Doug.
We're going to call roughness on out of bounds, but it looked like the momentum got him there.
It was close, but maybe it was on J-Lou, I guess. But, gosh, that's soft. That's soft. If it was, but Vaughn.
But they're not in the position where, well, now the side judge to that far side, the one that was getting an earful earlier, is there, and he's talking to the official like, yeah, it was out of bounds. We'll have to see. But it could very well a hold too. No, he's picking the ball up and they're going to go.
Oh, there's a flag back
there.
Yeah,
there is a hold.
Okay, so it was offsetting.
Personal foul, face mask at the end. Those penalties offset. Didn't see the flag that was down there. So first down from. Are they going to re-kick it?
Re-kick.
Oh wow, that's kind of a break for the Trojans, I think.
Well, if it's offsetting, can you take it there?
See, you're going to have to go to our rules expert back. Do you have him?
He's hunting. Matter of fact, he's hunting in South Dakota. Said to tell us that we have a viewer in South Dakota this week.
There you go.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'll tell you what, John Curtis is about to get a flag because their coaching staff has just been on that guy
animated
night.
I see it. Yeah, he's still there, and the guy in the blue jacket.
Yeah, with the red paint. I think that's JT's son, the defense coordinator. And look, I mean, in his
and they're having to push him back. Yeah,
his dad is
animated to say the least in this one.
And he was on the field after the PI, the defensive PI for Curtis earlier. So he's, of course, he might be like that baseball coach. I mean, that basketball coach is just constantly around and gets teed up before you know it.
But he's working the officials from start to finish. Another high kick from Eli. It's going to be at the 6-yard line this time, and another run back. This time the Trojans will have it. Boy, the Trojans got the points off the last kickoff when that fumble, it bounces up and hits the young man in the face mask.
Yeah, it looks like Kirtland Bates on that, I think, shoestring tackle there on number 10, who's Doug. They have some really good athletes.
Absolutely,
Juan
they do.
Washington, one of the captains, senior. All right, boys, we talked about the defensive toughness between the ears and the backs. So
pitching a shutout thus far in this one. First down and 10 for Curtis from the 27-yard line. Johnson to the near side. He's going to run the option. He's gets out of the tackle of Thibodeau, and J. Lou is there to bring him down, and thought Grayson had him twisted around almost.
That's really one, to be honest, it's really one of those to where his size is so small in stature. He was able just to get away from Grayson there on a little spin move.
Second down and 5 following that just gutsy run by Johnson. Noise is here again. Handoff off to the right side, goes nowhere. And, Nick, let me tell you, that interior defensive line was the question all around the state. Could they hang up with the run like this? They have been just as solid as it comes.
Yeah, Elijah Nelson there. Elijah's playing on one leg.
Yep.
Great job by him. And then
Richard's been in there doing well. All of them have just been so solid. Another big third down here. Off the right-hand side. Gets through for a first down and breaks out of the pack. Will get out near midfield and be brought down right at the stripe. And that's just, again, we told you this John Curtis team, storied tradition, all of this, they're going to continue to battle throughout this.
Yeah, this is where that toughness, this is where that toughness is.
And aren't going to get out of their game either. They're continuing to run the football. Handoff goes up the middle.
Xavier White's tough.
Indeed, he is. And there's, I see Mason, and there's a little, Xavier gets knocked down right at the end of the play, and somebody may get ejected in this. That's going to be 15 yards against the Patriots. It's going to be after the play, dead ball. Don't know, may just be unsportsmanlike or necessary roughness, but I don't know that it'll warrant the ejection.
That's their 7th penalty, Doug.
Yep, and that personal foul is there. That'll put it so it's 7. It'll be second down and 22, 23. 22 is what it'll be.
Toughness, we talked about it, and like I said, not just your
mental
toughness, the mental toughness.
Yeah.
And this is where you have to, because teams like this will just wear on you, and they're talking. Good work there by Xavier.
Yep, ball rests at the 37-yard line of John Curtis. They have to get to the 40 of the Trojans. Second down and 23. Johnson keeps it, and there's Xavier and that whole interior line of the Trojans. And this Trojans starting to show their 12-0 stature and that and the work that's been done all year.
Yeah, Jaden Lewis there would turn the held contained, turn him inside, grabbed him around the waist, and then Xavier comes and finishes him off. That's
halfway home in the third. Trojans lead this one 17-0. They're watching it at walk-ons. They're watching it at trios, at East Side, all over town. They've got the Trojans on, and they're watching them up 17-0. Johnson lets that one rip, and what a defensive play in there by Jay Frazier just to go up there and get a hand in there.
Let me tell you what. The way he jumped that route, if that goes over his head, woo, good work there by Jay Frazier. got some eyes on the ground down there. Not any coaching staff or any personnel, but a friend of mine's down there and saying that there's some ankles being twisted on the bottom of the pile.
Yeah, and that's what's in there to punt. Snap is back, pressure up the middle, but this one is shortened up the middle. Trojans do have to get out of the way. Checks up at the 34, but then gets a good roll inside the 30 to the 27. And now is an opportunity for you to go in there and start taking some of that clock off of it and establish a run. If you're able to go down there and finish this off with a touchdown, take some clock, is a good opportunity for you here.
No, for sure. And like I said, they're gonna come up now and they're gonna try to stop the run. And question is, do we put the ball in Carson's hands like last series? Why not? I mean, what he did last series.
Years of announcer school gave me that response.
Yep, on that 20.
Yeah, you're going out there to try to win this here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no matter what, though, the Trojans up 17, 3-score lead. They put a touchdown on there, still 3 scores. But you get it to 24, and that'd be huge. We'll check some of those other scores from around the way coming up in just a minute. You see them on the Saddlers Towing scrolling scoreboard. Toss sweep comes to the near side. JT's got it, cuts back inside on that ankle. Destrehan 10, Neville 7. Ruston cruising 31-0 over Destrehan. So it was Central Wildcats up there. Franklinton up 22-15. Cecilia all over Plaquemine.
You said Central and Neville, right?
I said whatever, yeah.
You said Destrehan.
Well, no, Central Wildcats 10, Neville 7. Destrehan getting beat by Ruston. And I don't see the Edna Carr one. Brett? Yeah, it is. 14-12. Edna Carr has regained the lead in that one, 14-12.
We talked about
handoff up the middle. JT cuts outside of the 35-yard line.
Going to give him 3 yards there, Doug. We talked about the Central Neville game, and I'm not very surprised there.
Look, it's a close one.
Yeah.
10-7 in that one. Only real route is Ruston. JT met at the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be 4th down, and they throw JT down around, but quickly his offensive line gets over there to get him up.
Yeah, no gain there on his 27th carry of the game. That's going to be 3rd and 3 here, Doug.
3rd down and 3. Fontenot split far towards the Patriots sideline. Jimmy Duncan to the near side.
Wait, what is this? They did this.
Too many illegal participation is going to be the call. That'll be 12 men on the field. No wonder they're able to slow JT down there.
Thanks, JG, for that. That's a signal I hadn't seen before. So 5 yard there, and that will give the first down. Not automatic, but it'll give a first down.
So
right?
he was trying to get – that's one of those that they tried to catch us on. He was almost off the field, didn't quite get it, and so they talked about it and got the illegal participation. Big first down play here. Just a yard carry. And you're right, it's getting physical down there at the bottom of the stack. There's going to be another penalty flag, and it may be against the Trojans, but they are grinding away down there in the bottom of that stack.
95, Doug, is just laying. 95 from Curtis is just laying on him and just grinding on him.
See what they're going to call this one. The official's doing a good job of taking charge. Dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense. And that's going to be another 15 yards. And, Nick, you said that.
They have a player hollering at Coach Bachman.
Goodness gracious. Boy, this is interesting. You just heard Coach Bachman tell you composure and discipline, and let's go out there and take care of this. There's another one. That's another 15 yards. Oh, baby, what a series. And look, they're going to lick this. The wheels are falling off. This is the time you probably go ahead and get JT out of the game. These officials, like I said, are headed down to the Superdome to call games. This is a good crew, and they're not going to let a game get out of hand. No, they're not an Alexandria association, so don't start the home cooker and any of that. That they won't let associations from town call playoff games. 30 yards on that penalty, Nick. The 15 for the unsportsmanlike and the next one, and that puts the ball all the way down to the John Curtis 29. What do you see anything out there? We'll have to get maybe an update.
99 was the one that was
laying on him.
Oh, 95 was the one that was laying on JT for the first one, and then 99 I think was the one who just got the for the mouth.
Snap is back. Vaughn is in there now, taking the place, and Vaughn dives forward to the 25-yard line to pick up a 4.
Yeah, we'll take that. Most importantly, Doug, that clock is running.
Composure and discipline is so crucial.
Yeah, run that clock, gentlemen. Run that clock. Run that clock. JT is back in, Doug.
Edna Carr, 14, Catholic 12, still keeping an eye on that. The winner of this plays the winner of that in the Dome next Saturday at noon. JT's got it up the middle, and a holding is going to be whistled. It looked like they threw one of the Trojans down, though, so I don't know what they're going to call. That one came in in the area of holding, but you saw one of the Trojan linemen on the ground.
It's a hold.
Yeah.
It's a hold. And that's Price who went down. I'm
Right.
not saying he's the one who held, but that's Price who went down, which we know last week he had the knee.
Well, he's facing big number 99 too, who is just we say he was the one that went through the day. He is playing with as much passion and pride as you'll find of anyone. And he's a senior. He's 6 foot, 260, and just an emotional leader. You can tell out there.
Yeah, so it was a 1 yard gain for JT, and then the 10-yard penalty. So, and that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 penalties for your Trojans for 45 yards.
Clock mercifully starting to run. Boy, that defense is answering any questions that was asked of it. It's 17-0, throwing the shutout here. Carson Sellers at quarterback on 2nd down and 15. Back to pass now, setting up the screen, and it's intercepted. That one, whistle blowing.
He was down.
Yep. And that was number 14, Nick, that came up with that. Mark Canzaneri. Mark Canzaneri got that one.
Now you go defense. Come on, pick him up. Pick him up, defense. You can do this.
Look, this is that defense that we talked about there. Big shout out to some of our friends from Valex that are making their way over into Texas. Now they're watching. A big hello to those folks. Handoff goes right up the middle. Just to set the table, should the Trojans advance, that ends our video coverage of the Trojans. We are able to do audio from down there, but it won't be video coverage, but we'll certainly be down there bringing you interviews and bringing you some of the sights and sounds of it. But there's still 14 and a half minutes to go in this one, in what has just been a war. Motion comes to the near side. Johnson's going to take it up the middle, and he's off and going. They won't catch him. He is quick, and we saw that, and that really, really changes the momentum of things here when the Trojans were marching. And now, goodness, getting it to 17-6. And they've had contain all night long up the middle, and you know there's just a big play coming from Curtis, and there it was.
Yeah, and that's what this team does. I mean, they wear you out. And like I said, we just
out there to go for 2.
Let the shifty quarterback, get under everybody's eye level and make it through. So.
And look, and we had seen that once he got through that second line of the defense, past the linebackers, nobody was going to catch him.
Yeah.
On to go for 2. Trojans had a big stop last week. This would keep it 17-6. Johnson brings a man in motion. He's going to keep it and pitch towards the back end. Got to come up and make a tackle for gains. Fumbles it into the end zone. No good. Incomplete. Yeah, PAT no good, and that's just big-time work. Johnson slow getting up, but there's Hobbsy to help him up and get him off of there. That wasn't, yeah. Timeout on the field. Following that, 17-6. Trojans lead it. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're watching Ash Trojan football on 446 Sports. Two plays on that drive didn't take very long at all. That's courtesy of our friends from Teed Up Golf. Need help with your drive? Go out to MacArthur Drive and see our friends at Teed Up Golf. They also own lighted up billboards. Trojans with the PAT stoppage, 17-6 in this one. They lead it. Still a two-score game. Stop, put on the brakes, turn, face the other way. And now he's aiming over to Burford again. It's high, and it's going to go to him. And Nick, and I'm with you. Go ahead and get down because you do not want to put the ball on the ground at all. Points off turnovers. That was an interception the last time down after the Trojans were recipients of about 45 yards in penalties on that one drive. But it ends in another turnover. Very uncharacteristic of the Trojans turning the ball over tonight, Nick, like they're doing.
Yeah, no, and one thing also that this team, the temperament of this team has always been, no matter the situation, they've been able to adjust and make it work. So look for that right here as well. Like I said, just a one big play from them, Doug. I mean, the defense has done well. The problem is, they've kept us well under our average as well.
Short of that last 5-minute stretch.
Yeah.
Sellers remains in at quarterback, 2 receivers to the top. Duncan is the slot. He lines up at the hash marks. Fontenot out near the numbers, and that puts D-Dub to the near side. Toss comes to JT. He's looking for the sideline, and will go out of bounds and get there after a pickup of just 4 they give him, and clock stoppage. It looked like a John Curtis player's down. Edna Carr extends the lead 21-12. They play that one in the third quarter, I believe. Officials timeout as they come all the way across the field to look at that one. And, of course, great work by our training staff there to step in and see what's going on.
Yeah, good first, 4 yards there. Nothing wrong with that on first down. Of course, with the injury time, the clock stops. You kind of want the clock running.
You don't mind a quick score, but you sure wouldn't mind taking off some of that clock out of there too, and cap. But the paramount, you've got to cap it off with a score.
Yeah. 6-minute drive here with a touchdown would be fantastic.
That'd be huge. You're calling your shot? Is that what you're doing? This one started.
And hang around Doug Gann too long.
That's right. This drive started at 2:04 from the Trojan 35-yard line. Big shout out to our scrolling scoreboard sponsor, Sadler's Towing. They have been supporters of Ash Trojan football and 446 Sports for a long time. Good work getting up number 34. Nick, who do you have?
That's Lane Lacron, Jr.
2nd down and 6. Trojans have to get out to the 45-yard line as they are heading towards Coach Briggs' baseball field out there. Newly turfed infield over there. Baseball and softball field. Trojans football field got it a year ago and started construction on some things that they're going to be doing here. Football facilities and such as that. 2nd down and 6 from the 39-yard line. Sellers with the handoff up the middle. JT's got a big one. 50 now, 40, 30, 20 not going to get the phenom 4-star recruit. Touchdown, JT Lindsay. Touchdown, Trojans.
61-yard touchdown run there. And who needs a 6-minute drive, Doug?
Like we said, it would be okay if they went down and scored. I'll see your long touchdown run, and I'll give you another.
Big work there by that offensive line. JT finding the hole, and of course John Curtis, selling out on that drive as well. But let's go back to the catch that Burford had, keeping possession.
2 of them, yeah.
Down
in the production truck, they tell us that JT seems to be responding to that ankle pretty well. Appreciate that, Brett. Extra point is up. We'll be back for the Tee It Up Golf recap. Touchdown, extra point, 24-6, back in 30. You're watching Ash Trojan playoff football on 446 Sports.
Looking for somewhere different for lunch? Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar is a gourmet espresso bar and restaurant with an emphasis on Southern social experience, featuring a wide variety of salads, soups, sandwiches, and of course waffles. Le Bistro has something for everyone and every lifestyle. Whether you are meeting friends, spending time with family, or hosting a private party, we offer a dining experience all will enjoy. Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar on Coliseum Boulevard.
Places that are watching it all around town are going crazy now following this. They're watching it at the Diamond Grill upstairs up there. So a big shout out to the folks at the Diamond Grill. Take a look at our Tee It Up Golf drive. Summer, you need help with your drive. Give the folks at Tee It Up Golf a call. 65 yards, 2 plays, 15 seconds, a 61-yard touchdown run by J.T. Lindsay. Kickoff to the 9-yard line is taken. Off to the right side they go. Cortez has to turn around. He does. Turns the guy back inside, but still spinning. And, these teams are landing haymakers now. Nick, who was that on the return? Was that 0 again?
Yeah, Xavier Brown. And Devin Lee actually had the tackle to actually bring him down after Cortez and Jay Lou spun him around.
18-point lead now, Nick, for the Trojans. Still teetering around that 3-possession mark. Ruston all over Destrehan, punching their ticket to the finals. They're up 44-0.
Have a flag down, Doug.
Neville on top of Central, 13-10.
15-yard face mask, Doug, on top of that.
So 2 District 2 5A teams are battling to play for it all in Division I non-select. They will start this drive from the Ash 37-yard line, plus territory. Last time, John said they spin it around. Good work by Cortez on that, and great work in the backfield. Is that Griffin?
Yeah, that's K5.
Look, Griffin just doing great work.
That's been his biggest adjustment since the beginning of the year.
Yes, sir. Absolutely,
he breaks
it
it
has.
down and has been making tackles, and that's his 5th solo tackle of the game. And it's kind of easy whenever the running back's coming at you when they break loose and you're right there. But, boy, on open field. And that's our free safety coming up and making that play.
2nd down and 11. Crowd starts to make some noise. Johnson back to pass. Got a wide open man in the flat. Cuts back to the inside. Boy, this is just getting sloppy on the tackling. That's a touchdown from 38 yards. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, Johnson to Jacoby Boudreaux, and he's a junior running back. Came right out the back, and that's another wrinkle, Doug. I mean, you've been fighting the run all game. Then they just flare him out to the flat, and there you go. He's athletic enough to get out there.
But their fatigue is sitting in on both sides of this because they slung at each other in that first half and wore each other down.
Well, and what's key too is the kickoff return. He spins out of the first tackle.
Right.
So the second tackle 10 yards down the field is a face mask. So that adds to it as well.
Snap is back there. It's a tough hold. Kick is up, and it is good. 24-13. Back after this for our Tee It Up Golf Drive recap when we come back on 446 Sports.
At Wallace Eye Associates, right now is the best time to have your cataracts removed. A new year means a new deductible, so if you're just not seeing as well as you used to, schedule your cataract evaluation today. It's fully covered by all medical insurances, including Medicare. You never need a referral at Wallace Eye Associates, and our method of next-generation cataract care is the most affordable in the state. There's only one team, one focus, your vision. Wallace Eye Associates.
JT back in. He was out of the last kickoff return. He and Darius are back deep. Over here on the 30. Burford's like, come on, bring it back over here. I'll take it. Dude, you calling him taking one to the house, Nick?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right.
You know,
Jimmy Duncan to the far side, opposite where Burford is.
Yeah, I want Kirkland and Jimmy to pay attention here, too, just in case.
Yeah, because he runs up there and stops and turns. There's nothing saying that he won't just run up there and kick it. Nothing at all says that. Back to Lindsey. It goes at the 12-yard line is where JT's got it. Last time he touched it, he went 61. This time he'll go 12 and get out to the 22-yard line. The Trojans will have it. Give him 10. The Trojans will have it first down and 10.
Doug, this game you worry about that it was going to go by fast because them just holding the ball.
Yeah.
Now it seems like it's dragging.
Slowing down, hobbling just a little bit coming off of there, Nick, for the Trojans. Yeah, that's Cooper Robinson. It's a backup tight end. He's got that wrist taped up. He was injured during practice a couple of weeks ago.
Thibodeau's in there in a position that I heard on the radio today called the yackle is what Jacob Hester calls the
handoff up the middle. JT thought about cutting outside. This is where JT is JT. Picks up another 11 there, 72 on the last 2 carries. Nick, we'll have to wait a minute, I think, and let you figure out what it is.
They should go to the quarter. End of the quarter here. The play clock hasn't started, and they're at 28.
And Trojans starting to walk to the near side. I don't think they're in any hurry to snap it, and you don't see that out of a Trojan team at all. Sellers and D-Dub will make their way to the sideline, 18 and 17. Yeah, they've not started the play clock at all. So that looks like it will do it for the third quarter of play. Trojans are getting a big ovation. The folks at the hunting camps are standing up. They're excited about this. The Trojans lead it by 11, and they are 12 minutes away from punching their ticket, but it's going to be a big one. We'll be back. You're watching Ash Trojans semifinal playoff football on 446 Sports.
Alex Winterfett is coming back to Alexandria, and it's better than ever. Join us December 5th through 7th for ice skating, live music, food trucks, art vendors, and Santa! Ho, ho, ho. That's just the beginning. Check out the dazzling light maze and the best spots to take those holiday selfies. Cute! And of course, it wouldn't be Christmas without Rudolph the Bucking Reindeer. Get set for Pet December 5th through 7th only in downtown Alexandria. For more information, visit alexwinterfett.com or Facebook. See you there!
We are back starting the fourth period of play from J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. The Trojans will go away from the scoreboard in this one. They've got first down and 10 from the 32-yard line. You see the score on the Wallace Eye Associates scoreboard. JT being JT, and downfield a little bit of falling around and down, but no danger, just teaming up there. Nick, did you have an update for us on JT and his rushing?
Well, with that carry, 32 carries, 209 yards, 2 touchdowns.
And take away the 61, he's still out nearing 150. He had 96 at halftime.
Yes.
So it is JT time in this one. Second down and 7. Toss now comes to JT. He's going to stiff arm a couple of guys and continue to roll before he's brought down at the 40-yard line. Tough 3 yards for Lindsey. And he'll look over and get Vaughn into the game on 3rd down and 3.
Yeah, big 3rd down here.
Yeah, you've got to move the chains, and what this does is flip that field over a little bit. If you can get you 2 or 3 more first downs out of this, but converting this one here on 3rd down and 3 is just crucial. 10:54. And again, before we took the break, we said hi to all our friends out there at their hunting camps watching this one too. There's Vaughn, who's going to be met at the line of scrimmage, and it's going to bring up 4th down. And the Trojans will have to punt. And this thing is getting interesting.
Wonder why is the side judge calling a timeout? Why is he stopping the clock?
Coach is coming over there for something, and they're trying to. The coaches are getting. Yeah, Coach Curtis is coming out to talk to the White Hat a little bit about it, and not sure what's going on. If we can zoom in and get a good look at it, we don't have any audio down there, but any of our lip-reading friends can tell us what's happening.
I mean, do you see any I don't see any flags on that side.
No.
Let's see.
They're pointing up into the track or the stands area or somewhere. And not, but the Trojans certainly aren't going for it here. I wouldn't, I certainly wouldn't believe
Doug,
that.
Looks like a kid that's running away from
from everything.
Yeah,
he's running to the bathroom.
He might be.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Yeah, might be. So maybe that's not the case. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're right. He did run to the.
Eagle Eye Nick picked up on it for us, and they'll come to this side.
But he was on the track. That's
right.
why I'm asking. That's why I'm saying he was on the track. He's just camping out over there by the.
White Hat's going to come over here and he's going to talk to Coach Bachman and just relay, hey, this is what we're talking about. This is what's going on. Well, you got to be so disciplined here in this last part of the game. A lot of football to go. Just an 11-point lead for the Trojans. They've had a couple of opportunities to open it up and have not.
It makes you wonder if that's not just a tactic, Doug. I mean,
What do you? I don't know what you're stalling for. You know, you got Carson back there. Who they're not going for it here. I can assure you that. Carson's back 8 yards. He'll punt this one away.
Oh, and there's going to be a return by 0 here.
Got to get over there. Jimmy misses him.
With your offensive line out there, oh my gosh.
Spun around, coming back now. Jimmy does get the tackle. The ball comes out at the end. Ball comes out at the end. Thibodeau. Looked like if he fell on it out of bounds, then the ball would be dead.
I think it was inbound. Yeah, it was inbound.
Trojans have it. Trojans have the football. Oh, baby.
No, it's Tanner Townsend. Sorry, it was Tanner. No, it might have been Pearl, actually.
So it was Jimmy who didn't get – there's a penalty flag at the 47 also.
Oh, great.
But it was Jimmy who didn't give up on the play. Came back and knocked the ball out of Brown's hand.
You know, what's so critical there, Doug, about that is this
personal foul
against them.
Decline. Trojan football. How about that? Whew. Look, that was just a cluster, let's say.
Well, the biggest problem is we've been doing that pooch kick like that, but they haven't been returning it.
Right, and now they're
putting a man back there all season. Now they put somebody back to return it, and you have 5 offensive linemen.
Very similar to Auburn, Alabama years back, the kick six that's there, because you have your field goal team out there.
And no offense to Reed and Morris and Lofton and
but they're not on punt coverage.
I'll let Pearl cover punts, but.
How about Jimmy not giving up on it? Missed the tackle back here. Comes all the way down the field to punch it out. And 10:05 is where the Trojans have it, starting at their 39-yard line.
Excellent work by that young man.
Handoff up the middle. JT spinning around and will fall down to the 35.
We'll take that 6.
Goodness gracious. 2nd down now and 4. And this is where you just grind it out. This is your drive. that punches your ticket if you can cap it off. Got to take care of the football here from the 45-yard line. Why not give it to JT up the middle? He's got to be nearing 35, 36 carries.
Another 3 yards there, Doug. So
dare I say they give him the ball 40. Look at him hop up and get out of the pile so that no shenanigans can go on.
And something else I noticed is his offensive line, his teammates are around him very quickly whenever he's on the ground.
Quick 6 is getting protected very quickly
and
in this one.
And that is his 35th carry.
35 carries. Kelly and the bunch said, save some for us, guys. Don't worry, there's lots of running left in that young man. 36th carry, gets a first down, bangs through and keeps going out to the 47-yard line of John Curtis. Starting to sense it a little bit here. This is like the last 4 or 5 minutes when the offensive line, like they've got their second, third, fourth wind in them.
Yeah, just really here's where you're conditioning all season. And
Von Darbon comes back in there, and JT's been that dude tonight. Over 200 yards, Nick. That puts him at, close to 2,400 yards on the season. Ooh. Vaughn sneaking through.
Yeah, thought Vaughn was about to break one right there, but good work there by their middle linebacker, grabbing by the heel.
Another injury on the interior line.
I will say this, Doug, about them. They have a lot of players that play both ways.
Yep, sure do.
And they're constantly on the field. So.
And look, no telling how. It doesn't matter how cold it is out there. When your body is heated up like it is, those old muscles just tighten up. And look, you wish the best for that young man and everybody that's there associated with it. 2nd down and 9.
You see, you call me crazy.
I do.
That kid that was on their sideline.
Yeah.
Just walked up here and he's upstairs. So he was one of theirs in the LSU jacket. The one that went that way, and he just came upstairs.
Right?
Yes.
Well, that wouldn't be who they were pointing to then.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I mean, that may not have been the reason why, but I'm just saying that,
We'll get that in the wrap-up show when we talk to head coach Thomas Bachman. And you know what his responsibility? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What did he tell you there, Coach? I don't know. Ruston wins theirs, and they punch their ticket to the championship, and Central defeats Neville 17-13. So the non-select Division I championship that is set for 3 o'clock on Saturday is going to be between the Central Wildcats out of the Baton Rouge area and the Ruston Bearcats in that one.
Coach Semino at Central, not surprised one bit.
That's exactly right.
Good run there by the Neville Tigers in their first year in Division I.
2nd down and 9, play action, back to pass, setting up that little flare to Tanner. It's incomplete, and that's not a bad incompletion right there.
No, I mean, the only bad part about that is the clock stops.
That's right.
But you know what? I mean, you have to keep them honest. My pencil lid keeps breaking.
You wrote down a lot of runs.
Yeah. It doesn't like putting the X down.
And that is the technical term, roten down. Roten. Oh. Somewhere Miss Coach Lott is Catholic of Baton Rouge just scored in that one down there. It's 21-19. That's a slobber knocker going on. Sellers back to pass, throws a bullet over to the far side. Incomplete. Clock stops once again, and that'll bring up 4th down.
You know, that's one, Doug, to where he threw it early, and thinking that, Derek, he was going to be pressured, and he might have had a little bit more time. But, like I said, very easy to see that here.
Trojans left a lot of time out on there, and ran off maybe just about 10 seconds over the last 2 plays. Not opposed to the Trojans throwing one here in the seam to Jimmy, but they're bringing out the regular punt team.
I like the regular punt team, yes. I like this a lot better.
And I can't swear that the Trojans don't. Boy, if they can get out there, hurry, and pull a little John Curtis on them, down to nothing. Trojans will see if they just get the delay of game because the clock's been at 0. dead ball delay a game against the Trojans, and boy, that was very close. Just this is one of those dogfights here, Nick. Trying to survive and go on to the Superdome, playing the winner of Edna Carr and Catholic of Baton Rouge. Our buddy Jace Lejeune on the call for VSN on that one for the Catholic Bears. Snap is back. That's Eli that's got it. He puts a foot into this one. Trojans need to get out of the way. It bounced off of another one, and we'll see now. They're going to fall on it. So this takes off about 3 minutes of play from where the Trojans punted the last time.
Right.
And got it down to the 25, because you remember that fumble was out around the 40-yard line. 7:40 to go, still just a ton of time in this one.
Yeah, but I do like that we put our punt team out there just for that purpose, that, you know, you had people down there to cover it. The ball was in the air a little bit longer, and and remember, that's our backup punter. Fung's our backup punter, so good work.
But he's our kickoff specialist, right. So the leg is there.
Right, no, for sure.
First down and 10 from the 26-yard line of the Patriots. John Curtis set. Play action back to pass. Now again, just wide open. Not really sure how that bust in the coverage has been happening all night.
Well, that's one of those wrinkles, Doug, that, you know, he's in the backfield and
that's Jacoby Boudreaux once again.
Yep,
that just drifts out. Nick?
Yep, drifts out in the flat, and, you know, we had two people covering the guy running deep, you know, the tight end running deep. So it's not the part of the game you expect him to beat you at, Doug. Trojan
defense standing up. The crowd making a lot of noise. Ball out near midfield. Here comes pressure. Cortez got him in the backfield. Cortez Simon with a big sack. Loss of, what does it be, 5-8 yards on that sack?
Yep, good work there by Cortez. I was worried about Elijah coming in at the end there, but nothing, no call there. So good work there by Cortez.
Merce dialed up a tremendous pressure there. Cortez looking at it again. Handoff goes up the middle. Got to come up, make a tackle. They do. It'll be third down, but third down and 4. Tackle is made inbounds by Jayton Terry.
Yeah, it's a draw there, and good play call by them. But, yeah, he's had Cortez coming off the edge and has quarterback responsibility most of the night, and that might also be why
you see Brown and Fulco making their way back in. Another big third down, but you know John Curtis has 2 shots at it here from the 42-yard line. Option is there. Big work. Grayson Thibodeau firing off. Jordan Mason was there.
Yeah, Mason come from this backside as well. Thibodeau's a little slow getting up, and then so it's Mason, Thibodeau, and Townsend there. Good work there by them.
Fourth down play. What does Merce and that defense have right here?
Here we go, gentlemen. This
punch,
is where
counter punch, checkmate. 5.5 to go. You see it on the Wallace Eye Associates scoreboard. Trojans have to be careful not to let something get through the line and go to the house here. Johnson brings a man in motion, bumbling around at the start, and they're going to stop it short by a yard. Turnover on downs. Trojans defense, stand up.
Yep, good work there by you Trojans, boys. You know what, Doug? Sometimes you just need to watch.
Sit back and watch a little football. That's right.
You just need to watch, because I mean, that's one of those plays to where I'm shocked that he didn't try to throw the ball there.
This is the 44th semifinal appearance for the storied program from River Ridge, John Curtis. This is the second in the Bachman era, second of all time for the Trojans. Second semifinal game here at home. The last time was in 2020 when they beat West Monroe to go on to play Acadiana up at Northwestern in the COVID year. So the Trojans have been to the Dome but didn't go to the Dome. Trying to get back there here in 2024. Behind what's been a tremendous offensive line Great work by the defense, and J.T. Lindsay on carry number 37 of the night. Got to believe there's a chance that kid gets to 40 before the night's over.
Yes, sir. 4-yard gain there.
Jimmy Duncan coming to this side, and we've seen him run the ball on that kind of an inside sweep. They like to run it to him. Don't expect the Trojans to, Nick, to snap it too early in the clock.
No, I don't think I've been clock watching this much since I coached high school soccer.
Oh, gosh, 4:46 to go here in the ball game. Snap is back. JT up the middle, hanging on to the football. Yeah.
Blow the whistle. Sorry, Doug.
No, you're right, though.
3 yards there on his, like you said, his 38th.
4:21 and counting there. Alexandria fans around the country, stand up. Your Trojans need you on this 3rd down and 3. Big shout out again to La Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar for providing our pregame food in here. Big shout out to those guys. Duncan now to the far side.
Let's get a snap, gentlemen. Get it snapped.
Snap is back. JT number 39.
He's there.
Forward progress is the 1st down. It's going to be close. But I assure you from there the Trojans will go for it if it is marked shy. But up here it looks like the official to that far side marked it enough for a 1st down, and it is 1st down Trojans. Listen to the crowd here go crazy.
Yeah, Mr. Randy James.
That's right, bringing him up in relief of Ronnie Schwartz, who is up in Memphis doing the tremendous work that Ronnie Schwartz does in that St. Jude's run, I think, is this weekend. But he is such an amazing person for St. Jude's, and just miss him. JT spins around. Timeout, John Curtis.
Yeah, I was wondering, they have 3. Well, now they have 2. I was wondering when they start taking them, but this is.
We'll take it with them. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're watching Ash Trojan Football on 446 Sports.
Wherever you are, you're there for a reason. You shouldn't have to make a trip to the branch to deposit a check. Skip the trip and use our mobile app to easily and securely deposit checks right from your phone. Day or night, wherever you are, or whatever you're doing. Download our mobile app today.
Yeah, so what happened out there tonight?
We struck out at home with leftovers, then we remembered walk-ons.
What effect did the situation have?
Spirit soared. Nick took on a burger.
We are back. J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. Trojans lead this one 24-13. Nick, this is a semifinal winning drive. If the Trojans can either chew up the clock here, bust in for a touchdown, they lead by 2 scores. Anything can happen there. But what do you do here?
You give it to JT Lindsay.
Feed the beast. That's right.
I'm vanilla, Doug. Yeah.
But before the Neville game, when I told you we talked to JT, what did he say the game plan was? Give me the rock.
Yep,
give me the rock.
Yep. I mean, you do have Vaughn here, which a little deception maybe, but
Sellers does hand it off to Darbone behind the block of JT in that right side of the offensive line, and another timeout on the field. Getting in some great spots here. We'll take it with them. Be right back. You're watching Ash Trojan Football on 446 Sports.
Are home problems turning your life upside down? Trust Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing to save the day. From keeping you comfortable to plumbing repairs and even generators, we do it all. Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing, your one-stop solution for AC, plumbing, and generators. If you need us to save the day for you, call Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing or visit us online at southernairnow.com.
We're back. J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. I am Doug Gann alongside of Nick Magnano. Big shout out to my crew that's making everything work. Chuck Perkins is here. Jason Crooks on camera. Roger Walker is on camera. Josh Gann keeping our scoreboard up for us. Brett Stallsby over there. Look, I'm just to say that it's a tense time. It is that Brett Stallsby in our command central. He was on there at halftime giving you the Foster Community scoreboard update. Again, like I said, Nick Magnano, I am Doug Gann. And Trojans, a couple of plays away in this one. Folks around Alexandria tied to their screens. Timeout on the field.
No false
A false start against the Trojans, so that'll change. I don't know that it changes really the play call. I think you just hand the ball off and force John Curtis to either run off 40 seconds or use their third timeout. I think you can't, I don't think, put the ball in the air again. And then you come in and just kick it and try to flip the field on them.
Just got a nice comment on my phone from Miss Heather Pitts, who owns Firehouse Subs, her and her husband Michael, and her dad Cal Ogie. They own Firehouse Subs, and so they have two players or two employees that are players here. So Heather, if you're listening to me, if you could send us their names, we'll give them a little shout out on the broadcast.
Absolutely. We'll come over there and eat tomorrow even. Toss comes to the near side, trying to go ahead and use up that last timeout. But JT's get down, JT, get down.
Wait a second. Doug Gann saying get down, get down? Oh, my gosh.
You've not heard that before.
No, I have not.
They elect not to use the timeout, and so that will run off another 30 seconds here. We'll get it down to about 2.5. That'll keep a timeout in the pocket of the Patriots. Fung on to punt, and that gets the legitimate punt team out on the field.
Yeah,
but again, it'll be just a couple of seconds left before Eli calls for the ball.
Yeah, JT would left arm, I don't know if it's shoulder, if it's arm.
Got to be able to get it away from there quick, though, Eli. Don't get it blocked, buddy. Snap is high. It's back. Gets that one up, and just tremendous work, Eli Fung. And I don't care where it goes out of bounds. It wasn't blocked.
No, and it was great work because Tanner, I don't know if we were talking earlier about Tanner holding his hand. He's still holding his hand.
Yep.
And he's the snapper. I don't know if maybe he needs to let the coach, and maybe he did. Maybe he let the coaches know. But
they let him know afterwards.
Yeah, good work there by Fung.
Trojans lead it by 11. 2-score lead. They would have to get a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal to tie it. Just one timeout remaining. And the Trojans have just got to tackle sound, Nick, but took a lot of time off the clock there on that drive.
Yes.
And forced some timeouts. Johnson back to pass. Zips this one out. You got to tackle. Don't get risky. Look at Thibodeau come up there and finish it off. The tackle of Jay Frazier.
Yeah, Jay Frazier holds him up, and Thibodeau comes in and finishes him off. But
well, it's like an outfielder coming up and diving for a ball. You got to be careful and hang on.
Yeah, but that's your right defensive end coming back and making that play 20 yards down the field.
Our reigning Express Pros defensive lineman of the game going deep. Got a man. It's complete. Oh, in and out of the hands. What great work, Jayton Terry.
Yeah, Jayton's cramping, I think, Doug, and he was cramping during the play.
Yep.
And just great work by that young man to not give up.
But look, the coach tells him, stay on the ground and get that official's timeout.
Yeah, he was, I was wondering how he got beat so bad. He was limping during the play.
And look, Xavier Brown is that dude at a wide receiver, but Jayton was right there with him until he cramped up in the calves. I think it was a little bit underthrown.
Yeah. So we're looking now. Jayton will be out for a play. So it probably brings in, I wonder if that'll bring in Robinson, Caden Robinson maybe, or Maurice Jackson, both sophomore DBs. Might bring in Carrot Gaines too.
Boy, these sophomores are playing big, as they have all year long, Nick.
Could Coach call a timeout here? He has one timeout. If Jayton can stay on, if he calls a time,
if he calls a timeout, he can stay in.
Yeah, I don't know. He's pretty.
Yeah, he's still there, and I think no matter what, they go after that side anyway. They'll come back onto the field. Will the Trojans defense? And Nick, like you, I'm trying to look and see.
9.
Okay.
Latravius
Williams. Yeah. Williams has been solid all year as well.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back and watch this play and see. It looked like Jayton was cramping up during the play.
Second down and 10 from the 40. Johnson back to pass again. Good pressure up the middle. Pass over the top. Back in coverage was Frazier. Nobody really had an opportunity of that. Xavier and Townsend just put Johnson down on the turf there. Third down coming up.
Yeah, both juniors, two close friends. Man, I want to give Jay Frazier a pass breakup on there, even though he didn't touch the ball, but that was perfect coverage. I mean, perfect coverage. He forced the guy to the outside. He turned to the inside, had his head on the ball the whole time.
Nick, I'm going to upset all of you coaches, but if the Trojans can get a stop right here, they'll run off that last couple of minutes. Play action coming back to the near side. Here comes pressure, thrown and complete after the first down. Clock will stop momentarily at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, and Jayton's still out with the cramps, so Jay Lou's now at corner over here.
And he's on the big guy, too.
Yeah. So he's moving, false start, yes. 10 moved. We were talking about him. Washington moved.
And it got him. Jay Lou able to match up. That's where he played a lot this season, was out at cornerback.
He's probably excited, Doug, because he doesn't get a lot of opportunities.
Well, we're excited. 1:32 and counting. 1st and 15 back into Patriot territory. Back to pass again. Coming up, complete. Keep him in bounds, and they do. The clock will continue to roll. Yeah. That's just a good tackle by Frazier.
Yeah, great work there by Jay.
Williams was there as well, and that just causes that clock to run.
Watch the pump and go here, though, because Jay sure did.
He jumped that route, yeah. Handoff up the middle. Trojans got to get him on the ground. And they do. First down is complete, so the clock will stop momentarily. But we're under 60 seconds in this one.
Man, Jacoby Boudreaux, that young man, he's the one who caught the pass for the touchdown. What moves that young man has.
1st and 10. John Curtis has to get a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and an onside kick. Nearly a one-handed one, but too tall for even that young man, Nick. And you're right, we told you that was Juan Washington and just went over his head, unable to get to it.
Yeah, I was saying on that false start, he's probably excited because he probably hasn't received this many pass opportunities all season.
Students starting to make their way down. Boy, you got to be careful of that. Nick, I don't even like that.
No, and that's why Nick is going that way and entering there after the game.
Again, we will have Coach Bachman up here. Let's try to get him on the phone, Nick, and then we'll get him up here after everything. We'll talk to Merce as well.
Okay.
If you see JT or anybody down there, we'll get him and get him on.
Okay.
Horns are aplenty. 2nd down and 10. Pressure to the near side. That ball is thrown.
He's out of bounds.
Out of bounds, incomplete. That was up to him, but good work by Williams. Williams was out there. He doesn't break the pass up, but he uses the sideline and his body to get him out of there. Great work. Give him a PBU, Nick.
I'm giving it to him. And look, unsportsmanlike John Curtis.
What did they do? I didn't see. I was looking.
I think they were griping because they thought that.
Look at Coach Bachman take this opportunity to get everybody over here and talk to him and give them the importance of what this last 37 seconds has done.
Yeah, you don't need anything stupid. We saw where 2 teams had to forfeit because of a fight earlier in the playoffs.
And that's what they're telling them. Keep your cool in this, and you are going to the Superdome if they get this stop. That 3rd down and a long way to go now. Ball rests at the 48-yard line. Have to get to the 27 of the Trojans. Trojans 37 seconds away. Here comes pressure right up the middle. Screen is there, but it's blown up.
Trying to see who that is. It looks like Williams, huh? Is that 9?
Is it Williams again, who has just come on and been incredible on this series in relief of Jayton, who was out with cramps. 4th down. 4th down and Poydras to go. 24-13, Trojans lead it. You see that on your Wallace Eye Associates scoreboard.
Vaughn and Jay Lou are the employees for Firehouse.
Vaughn Darbone, Jaden Lewis, Firehouse Subs employees saying hello to you. 4th down and a long way to go. Johnson back to pass. Here comes X. There's the pass. Knocked away. Ball game. Ball game. Ball game. 25 seconds. The Trojans will just have. There's a penalty flag that comes in, and they're going to call unsportsmanlike conduct because they were wearing Xavier out after the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct. John Curtis.
Get off the field,
offsets. Dead ball foul, so the Trojans will have it. Timeout on the field, and that's just exactly what Coach Bachman is going to take this timeout and tell his guys. You keep your head, you keep your discipline, and you keep this in there for the final 25 seconds. Nick, if you want to make your way down, buddy, you can.
So you're not going to ask me for the stats?
I'll ask you when you come back up. Nick Magnano going to make his way down onto the field. We'll visit with Nick. Anybody you can find down there, we'll get some thoughts on this one, and then we'll get Coach Bachman and Coach Mercer up here for the post-game show. Oh, baby, what a game. Final 25. You're just a couple of kneel downs away from heading down to New Orleans a week from today. We will keep you posted on our Thomas Bachman show for next week. Got some things in the works on it. Second time in 5 years the Trojans have been to the semifinals. Second time in 5 years they've been here at J.L. Butch Stoker Stadium. And for the second time in 5 years, the Trojans are going to play for a state championship. They're headed to New Orleans and go into the Dome. That was always a dream of Coach Bachman, was to get down and get these guys a trip to the Dome. Looks like the score on it, did Edna Carr win that other game? Still fourth quarter in that one. We'll try to get an opponent for you. 22-19, Edna Carr in the fourth. Is that game still going? Yeah, it's still going on. Coach Bachman settling those guys down, and we will have a special week for you next week. A lot going on. We will not be able to bring you the video of the state championship game, as those rights are belonging to the LHSAA, but we will have the state championship call for you. That game is set for noon on Saturday. Taking a knee. John Curtis does not take their final timeout, and time will tick off. Trojans are the semifinal winners, and they're going on to New Orleans to play for the district, for the Division I Select State Championship 1 week from today. We're going to catch Nick when he gets down onto the field. Let's just keep an eye on what's going on out there on the field. This is such a special, special moment in this one. Cooler heads have got to prevail and get on off. It was a hard-fought war out there. 24-13. Trojans win this one. They are now 13-0 on the season. Locked up in a battle in the other one down in the New Orleans area. That is Edna Carr and Catholic of Baton Rouge. Edna Carr leads that 22-19. And look, Nick is smart. He went down the other end and got his way down here. So good work by our man Nick Magnano. We're going to have some post-game interviews, so we'll remind our camera to stay on Nick. At least one of them on him. Well, it's been a tremendous season. Final home game at Butch Stoker Stadium for the season. The Trojans will not play here again. They played all three playoff games here by virtue of going 10-0 and being the number 2 seed. Will they play the number 1 seed, or will they play? They are playing Carr. that game is final, 21-19 ball game. Carr wins that. So number 1 seed, Edna Carr. Number 2 seed, Alexandria Trojans. That was a quarterfinal matchup that was a barn burner a year ago, and that is set. 2 best teams in the state set to do battle. Won't be a whole lot of running the football from the opposition in that one, I assure you. Both teams getting off of the field here. And listen to the student section just cheering for their Trojans. The Ash Trojans have won this one 24-13, headed to Poydras and the New Orleans Superdome. And again, we will keep you posted on where our Thomas Bachman show is and what the festivities are for next week. But folks, it's been a tremendous honor bringing you video coverage of the Trojans all season long. Again, this is where our video coverage ends for the season. We'll go live. We'll do some other things from down there. But when we come back on the air a week from Saturday at 11:30, it will be for all the marbles, and it will be audio only. Watch what's going on and put the radio on up, put the internet stream on us. Fireworks. The last few fireworks that they had are going off now, or popcorn is being cooked in there one way or the other. Not sure. Yep, we got that. That's a final. Edna Carr wins that. We're going to be joined by Nick. I'm going to try to get Nick on the phone now, and we'll just kind of get an idea and listen in on what's going on down there. He is over there with John Bachman Sr., Coach Bachman's dad. And let's go ahead and pull Nick up now, too, if we can. Just run him up and do it. Nick, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Look, I see you standing there with John Bachman Sr. in that towel. Tell him to look up and give us a wave.
Hey, Mr. John, wave up there to the press box. Doug seeing you here.
Getting a good look at my towel-waving, my towel-wearing buddy right there.
Yeah, he said that he's not, after this, he's not watching football next year. He's done.
Look, it's been an intense season. It definitely has.
Oh,
Nick,
gosh.
you see Bachman, I don't know if you can listen in and put your phone close to what's going on.
Yeah, his Mr. Coach John just said that his son's team lost on a last-second field goal at Calvary. So
oh, goodness gracious.
They're enjoying the fireworks, Doug. Yeah.
I'm going to let Nick get in there and try to get that first interview with Coach Bachman, because you just grab him. So they're watching the fireworks now is what they're doing?
Yeah, yes, they're watching the fireworks.
Can't beat fun at the old ball game.
No. And trying to see where Miss Bachman is, because we usually try to let the two of them communicate with each other after the team. But
13 points allowed to Curtis. Curtis allows the least amount of points to the Trojans that they have all year, but it didn't matter if it was 11-0, 11-point lead, 1-point lead. The Trojans are going to play for a state championship 1 week from today and 1 week from tomorrow, and what a ball game that's going to be. Edna Carr wins that one 21-19.
Okay.
So it'll be the top two seeds in Division I. In the other bracket, it will be Ruston and Central.
Yeah. Doug, I see Aiden Walker, see Cameron here. I see Jalen Kurt. So a lot of people from last year.
800 Olla Street is alive tonight. Fireworks are going off in this one, and I'm just telling you what a.
Yeah, Coach Free has his baby in his hands. So just
I see Bachman. Yeah, they've stepped back just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just enjoying and taking in the moment.
Yeah.
Only meeting in the history of these two teams, Nick, and it's Trojans lead at 1 and They 1-0. They are 2-0 in semifinal games. Curtis falls to 38-6 in their storied history, but what a battle by the gentleman in the red, white, and blue on the far side.
Yeah, and it seemed like nothing but respect after them, the handshakes, and a lot of them exchanging, with Xavier. They're talking about a good game, and so, like I said, once the whistle blew and they got the line, it seemed to be okay.
Well, just what a special night here in Alexandria. Going to be a long week. Going to be a quick week. We'll keep you posted via social media on the thoughts and activities for next week. There were talks of some community stuff and a big send-off for the Trojans on Thursday night. Unsure, uncharted territory as to where we'll be on that. Nick, what's the mood down there? Is it just quietly enjoying things?
Yeah, well, I think what's happened, Doug, is they've gone from watching to now people are just small talk.
I gotcha.
Everybody's kind of wondering, when it's just me, just wondering when it's gonna be over.
Yeah, and Coach Thomas is Coach Bachman is ready to get to talking. That sounds like the grand finale to me. Nick, I don't know if you're able to get in there beside where the huddle is. Maybe we can hear some of his post-game talk. Running back, you've been able to get inside the hole there. Let's see what you got.
If you're standing by the coach's wife, then you usually have a good chance of getting to the coach.
Well, make sure when he gets over there, you grab him and we do that phone in. There it is.
That's been my motto all season, is making sure that I get by Miss Bachman, because he, like I said, he usually comes to see her.
And Nick, we've got a camera on you, so whoever you get, we're down there with you.
Okay.
Watching the Trojan wrap-up show here. Trojans win at 24-13. Finish their home slate unblemished. We'll go back on the road for the first time in a while, but I don't think they mind this trip. Trojans will head out Friday for sure, and we'll follow them along for that trip. The game will be at noon on Saturday. The Division I non-select to follow at 3 o'clock, we expect, or whenever it's over with. But, Nick, no longer can we say you weren't involved in a trip to play for the state title.
I appreciate that. I'm really wanting to now break the record for the largest Thomas Bachman show on Thursday, so we can get this Acadiana show stuff behind us.
I can assure you there won't be any talk about that any longer, my friend. Again, want to welcome our new sponsor on board, Explore Alexandria Pineville. You can check out everything that's going on in Central Louisiana at explorealexandriapineville.com. Make sure you go check out Alex Winterfett tomorrow. They've got a slate of things going on all day long. You can find out about that at explorealexandriapineville.com. Certainly appreciate those folks. Don't forget, our Red Zone was brought to you tonight by Tire Discount Center and Service, Tee It Up Golf, Sadler's Towing, our scrolling scoreboard, Wallace Eye Associates, Valex Federal Credit Union, Jason Hawk Farm Bureau, Southern Air Heating and Cooling. We'll have our Cool Play. We'll have our Security Sporting Goods Player of the Game, and we'll have our Express Pros. You had one job, and the Trojans had one job, and that was to keep winning football games. Nick, you got any ideas on a player of the game or a lineman or anything?
No, let me even think about that.
We're going to have to research that just a little bit. I know you didn't have a chance to get to your stats on there, but JT was over 200 early on.
Yeah, I'm Doug, I mean, this I think this coaching staff. might be the leader right now, Doug.
There's no doubt about that. All the right moves were made tonight in this ball game.
Just keeping the focus on, keeping the temperament throughout the whole season. Everything they've been through and overcome. So, hey, Coach, can you go up top? Yeah, can we go right now? You want Mercer
Yes,
now?
yeah, but let's talk to him. We can talk to him, or he can come up here now.
Hey, he said to make sure the audio's working.
Audio's just fine. Get him up here. We got him.
So.
Well, Nick just hung up on me, so I'm not sure what happened there. We'll try to get Nick back on the line.
Hello.
There you go. Did you hang up on me?
Yeah, but I thought you were done. You were getting set up for Merce. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I just thought do you have anybody down there that you want to talk to?
Well, no, I'm trying to.
And then just get Coach Bachman to get him up here, and we'll get Merce on his way up here. All right. We'll see you up here, Nick.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Tremendous win for the Trojans. Coach Merce on his way up here, so we'll grab the headset out of the window and get that ready for Coach Mercer. And we've got to make sure that we get audio for him because I got gotten last time. Is that camera going to be able to swing around when we get Merce up here? Let's go ahead and let's go to, if you can, click to a commercial so that we're not, it went away there.
Yeah, here, just click on one there.
And we are back for the Trojan wrap-up show momentarily. There we go. Hang on. Let's make sure that we can hear him. I can't not hear him again. Go ahead and say something.
Testing.
Get up there like you're calling a play or something.
Got me now?
Hang on. No, I don't. There you go. How about that?
Testing.
Now we're
Got
talking.
me.
You were number 3. See, that was the problem.
Gotta have me.
Look, Coach, what a defensive effort tonight. Got a couple there late, but I think it was just a battle, and you guys got wore out a little bit, but John Curtis is what John Curtis is. Tell me a little bit about the effort.
Thought the kids and these coaches did an absolutely incredible job of the week. I'm so glad that we were back in routine. The kids were so ready to go prepare. We didn't have anybody missing a day. The coaches, as far as the preparation, you get all these films. You're breaking down like 11 films in an afternoon, and it's just a grind for us. And, I thought the coaches did an incredible job. Coach Russo, Coach OJ, and Coach Arthod, Coach Bonton just did a great job of finding little things for us to go line up and then play to our strengths. So the guys that they play in the Catholic League, they go line up in some different stuff. It gave us a feel for some different defensive fronts that were present them with some problems. But, Coach Curtis, JT over there, does an incredible job of knowing how to pick and prod and finding what you're doing, seeing where your eyes are. Some of those things late.
it was bound to happen. You get those early stops, which are incredible, but eventually they're going to find something. But I just thought our kids just continued to battle, and just extremely proud of the effort of them.
And they did it at every opportunity, too. When something would seem like it had the chance to go awry, even down at the end of the game, when Jayton goes out with the cramp, Williams comes in, and he's lights out.
So, yeah, absolutely. Can't say enough about Trey. Trey is such a cerebral. He's such an intelligent kid. He's getting mental reps the entire time. He could probably line up in every position on the field. He's just so intelligent. So you don't bat an eye. Okay, Jayton goes down. Everybody knows the plan. We go through a period in practice where injuries happen and how we're going to rotate the entire back half and how we're going to rotate the front and things like that. So, we know if somebody goes down, Trey's going to go in the game, and we know he's not going to bust mentally. And then J. Lou's going to bump out the corner, a position he's played throughout the year, and the kids are just incredible. They understand how the scheme fits, and I can't be more proud. After the defensive performance we put up last week, we challenged the heck out of our kids, and I can't tell you how much how proud we are. We challenged ourselves as coaches, saying we got to put ourselves back in a position where we're doing what we do. And, man, I'm just extremely proud of the group.
Look, in the first half entirety, the middle of the line, the defensive line was just so solid. And that was, if anybody said there was a weakness at all, they're saying we ought to be able to run the ball up the middle. Those guys took that to heart and shut that down.
Yeah, we talked about our four-techs. If our four-techs, if Jordan Mason and Grayson Thibodeau can anchor in there and play with their hands, and there's not going to be a new line of scrimmage beyond the line of scrimmage, that we're going to have some success here. We're going to be able to tackle the dive with Elijah. We watch some of these other teams. We're like, my goodness, how are they not tackling the dive? Is it because of the knockback? Man, are they really getting a push here? But we tell our kids, like, this is nothing new for us. Right. West Monroe and Ruston, those guys on double teams, like those guys can do that stuff. Can they go sustain over 4 quarters? And, man, we live this life. You talked about pods the other day with those kids, but, our kids go through pods repeatedly. And, we talk about it all the time, bringing somebody out in the deep end, and our kids just thrive in it.
We talked about that a couple of times tonight. We talked about the pods again tonight as well. And play 20 and 30 and 40. What are they going to do at play 50 and 60 when it rolls around? And you saw where the difference was. The play that Jimmy makes, I think, on the punt when it got off, and he comes around and makes a play, and you get the ball right back. Every player was doing everything every time.
Yeah, that's a huge break that we had. The kickoff that hits the kid, and then Simon goes and gets the ball that earlier he had an opportunity to pick it up. He wants to go score because he's saying, well, our offense is struggling a little bit. I'm trying to go get one. And so it's great that he gets one back for us. And
he fell on that one, didn't he?
Absolutely. He was going to. We had to tell him, like, you can't return that, baby. That's a dead ball.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Look, that defense just continued to rise and do everything. J. Lou, I was very proud of him.
Yep.
The blitz you called from Cortez there when they come back to pass was dialed up perfectly. It looks like you were a step ahead the entire way.
I don't know about that. Sometimes you just calculated guesses, and you're trying to get the ball out a little bit quick, put some pressure on the quarterback to the field. The kid's extremely explosive and rolling out, and so you're more so worried about him rolling out and taking off. So just trying to make that pocket like stop a little bit and force him to throw from a little bit more depth than he's used to. So yeah, extremely proud of Cortez and. Man, it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. I talked to his mom a little bit before the game. We always talk to her. She gets here earlier than anybody else. Talked to her, and she was very emotional and sad. I was like, look, got the opportunity to go play for state. She said, but it's the last game at the Butch. It's the last game he's going to play here. What was the emotional like for these guys where they just weren't going to give that up?
What a memory. Yeah, what a memory. I'm so glad they were able to go capitalize and have one like that. This group of seniors has been so incredible. On our side of the football, there's not many of them, but, man, it's an incredible group of men, and, I couldn't be more proud. I love those kids so much.
Look, we look back at it to that 2020 run to the state title game. 5 coaches remain, and that's all because it was 5 years ago. Nobody's done it. JT was a kid in the stands watching that game, and there's been talk about all of that too. What do you tell these guys? Look, hey, this is a special week. We were here, and now here it is.
It's a special week, but it's just another one in the path of what we're trying to get.
Y'all
you ready
coach
for Coach
speaking,
Speak, man?
It's another week.
But that's all it is.
I know.
The prep is going to be.
Right.
The prep is going to be what the prep is going to be. Games on Saturday, and I know what we're going to do. We're going to pour ourselves into this thing, and these coaches are going to do a great job of prep. And man, I can't wait to start grinding it again and get after these kids and let's go find a way.
Look, if I could convince my crew and my wife, I'd go down tonight and I'd be the first one down
get
there.
Ready to go.
This is exciting. excited. Coach Josh Mercer, look, I ought to save face at least with your wife because we had your volume on here. The smile says it all. Tell me just real quick your thoughts. How proud of this group are you?
I couldn't be more proud of this group, man. It's an incredible feeling that we have to go earn it. You know, it's the path to get here is one that you would say could be fairly difficult. You know, you got to go knock off John Curtis, who's got a lot of momentum going, and they're feeling good about themselves. We just struggled with the option the week prior, so the challenge of their kids, and thought the offense, grinded it out. They finally had some adversity for them where they were going to have to find a way to go get the ball in the end zone. JT kind of gets nicked up, but man, Coach Bachman just continues to rally the troops, and couldn't be more proud of that man. That
200-plus yards again for JT, just continued to grind it out. Had 96 in the first half, but never quit, and that's been the heart of this entire team the whole way. Coaching staff as well. Just don't quit.
Don't quit. Just be consistent. Just continue to grind it out, and you'll find a way.
Defensive coordinator Josh Mercer joins us, Coach.
Appreciate you guys as much,
way to
man.
Go,
Y'all
dude.
do such a good job with the product, man.
You want something to eat?
Thank you so much.
Look, we have food. Look, this is.
I'm good. I probably won't eat for all night. I might not eat till the morning.
Well, it's almost morning.
No doubt.
Anyway,
No
Coach
doubt.
Josh Mercer, thank you very much,
Thank
brother.
you so much, guys.
Congratulations,
Yep, thank
and
you.
we're looking
Thank
forward
you.
to a
I
big
appreciate
week.
it.
Guys, we'll be back waiting on Coach Bachman to get, but who knows where he's at. I think Nick is lost in the crowd. There's so many. I want to go back real quick. The alumni that's out there, these past players that were there in Natchitoches and were there, what do they mean to the program?
Man, seeing those guys, the excited faces that they had, how pumped they are for us. We doing it for them. Those guys paved the way for us, and the grind that they put forth, they set a great example for the guys that were below them, and I'm glad we can go get it done for those kids as well.
Look, we see the comments, we see some things as we're following along the broadcast. Jacobin was watching tonight, and you knew that would be in these guys. Jason Blackwell, his dad was watching tonight too. Told me that he had to work tonight, but he didn't have it on back there at Walmart and watching it. So it's always great. It's just the city, and you saw the lights on Versailles that are lit up at that house.
It's pretty incredible. The community's been incredible, and man, I'm so happy for the community, the kids that showed up tonight, the fans that showed up tonight when it's freezing cold, and a lot of people could have stayed home and put it on 446 and just watched it, man. But I got to tell you, it's not going to be cold in the Superdome.
Look, Coach Jimmy Zachary of Opelousas, when we interviewed him and we were talking about that field that they played on, was their thoughts of moving. He said, look, the number one way to guarantee that field conditions aren't an object, go in the dome and play.
That's right.
It's on.
Yes, sir.
It is
yes,
on.
sir. It's on.
Coach, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll let you get back down to your family and get. I'm surprised you hadn't already uploaded some huddle tape.
There's no saying that we have not yet. We're a go, boys. We're a go. Go ahead and pull it down.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
Good work there. We appreciate it, guys. We'll be back. I think we'll take a timeout here and let us get settled on that, and we'll visit with Coach
Trojans.
Coach Bachman when we come back. Nick, Brett, I'll let you do that. Coach, way to go, brother.
Thank you, Doug.
Yes, sir.
Are home problems turning your life upside down? Trust Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing to save the day. From keeping you comfortable to plumbing repairs and even generators, we do it all. Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing, your one-stop solution for AC, plumbing, and generators. If you need us to save the day for you, call Southern Air Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing or visit us online at southernairnow.com.
Looking for somewhere different for lunch? Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar is a gourmet espresso bar and restaurant with an emphasis on Southern social experience, featuring a wide variety of salads, soups, sandwiches, and of course waffles. Le Bistro has something for everyone and every lifestyle. Whether you are meeting friends, spending time with family, or hosting a private party, we offer a dining experience all will enjoy. Le Bistro Coffee and Waffle Bar on Coliseum Boulevard.
Are home problems turning your life upside down? Trust Southern Air Cooling.
At Wallace Eye Associates, right now is the best time to have your cataracts removed. A new year means a new deductible, so if you're just not seeing as well as you used to, schedule your cataract evaluation today. It's fully covered by all medical insurances, including Medicare. You never need a referral at Wallace Eye Associates, and our method of next-generation cataract care is the most affordable in the state. There's only one team, one focus, your vision. Wallace Eye Associates.
Our mobile banking app is changing the way we bank. Things are getting easier, transactions are getting safer, and you have access 24/7. All the functionality of banking you're used to, made easier to use, anywhere, anytime, and more secure than ever. Simple, seamless, safe. Download our mobile app today.
This month, as we gather with the ones we love, let's take a moment to give thanks for the blessings in our lives. When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust those who care about your family as much as you do. I'm Jason Hawk, your local Farm Bureau insurance agent. I'm here to help you protect what you hold dear. Whether auto, home, or life, have peace of mind knowing that your family is covered today, tomorrow, and for years to come. So talk to Hawk at 318-791-HAWK or online at talktohawk.com and let us help you protect what matters most.
At Wallace Eye Associates, right now is the best time to have your cataracts removed. A new year means a new deductible, so if you're just not seeing as well as you used to, schedule your cataract evaluation today. It's fully covered by all medical insurances, including Medicare. You never need a referral at Wallace Eye Associates, and our method of next-generation cataract care is the most affordable in the state. There's only one team, one focus, your vision. Wallace Eye Associates.
This month, as we gather with the ones we love, let's take a moment to give thanks for the blessings in our lives. When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust those who care about your family as much as you do. I'm Jason Hawk, your local Farm Bureau insurance agent. I'm here to help you protect what you hold dear. Whether auto, home, or life, have peace of mind knowing that your family is covered today, tomorrow, and for years to come. So talk to Hawk at 318-791-HAWK or online at talktohawk.com and let us help you protect what matters most.
We're back post-game show here. Coach Bachman down doing some other things on there. So we'll try to come on live later tonight and sit and talk to him, just recoup things. But it's going to be a great week of interviews and insight with a lot of different folks. Guys, so we're going to go ahead and close it out here. The Trojans win this one 24-13 and off to the Superdome at 13-0. They go to face Edna Carr, team that they battled in the quarterfinals a year ago down there, and so we'll see how that plays into it. Top 2 seeds on their way to New Orleans a week from tomorrow, and we'll be there to bring you the audio of it, and we'll be able to bring you some insight during the week as well. Guys, it's been a great night tonight, and we appreciate everybody that's been a part of it. Josh Gann, Roger Walker, Jason Crooks, Chuck Perkins, Brett Stallsby, my man Nick Magnano. I am Doug Gann. God bless you all, and we'll see you at the Dome.